Welcome back. It is a Victory Monday. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
48 degrees right now. Going to be into the mid-50s at some point in the day. Sunny in the afternoon. A beautiful, totally normal, late November 55-degree day.
Yeah.
How's everybody feeling?
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, what a freaking game yesterday. I don't even know what I'm going to tell you because everybody knows, but I'll tell you again. 30-21 victory over the Kansas City Chiefs in Orchard Park yesterday. Your Buffalo Bills are a game out of the top seed in the AFC right now. They have won 6 straight games?
Wow.
I think so, yeah.
6 straight games?
Yeah.
And they are undefeated at home. They have hung 30 points in every home game so far this season.
Damn, that's a stat.
There you go. Fun fact. Write home to your mom about that one. She's dead, and she's a whore. I'm sorry. I feel pretty saucy this morning. It just kind of came out. I apologize. I was a little harsh. So everything is wonderful.
Yeah.
If you're a Bills fan, there is nothing that can bring you down today.
Mm-hmm.
And, Kimmy, my day started with what might have been the funniest conversation in the history of mankind.
Okay.
All right, well, because the Bills are good.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is riding that Bills high this morning. And if you're on your way into work, odds are you're going to have a conversation about the Bills this morning.
Oh, yeah.
And, Kimmy, for people like you and I, that's great because we love this team. We know what we're talking about, right? You want to have that conversation. Yet, Kimmy, that feeling of having to have the Bills conversation also shows up in people that are not, how would you say this?
Well, enjoy it while you can.
No, I'm not talking about that guy.
Oh, okay.
Not talking about that
Like
guy.
diehards?
Well,
Non-diehards?
Yeah, Kimmy and I are diehards. Most Bills fans in this area are diehards.
Yeah.
You are not a football fan.
No, casual.
Yeah. And then we got our buddy Moose. He works down on PXY.
Even more casual.
He's trying to lay his man flag
Even
down.
more casual.
Because that kid goes to the game sometimes.
He does,
Yeah,
he
he
does.
does.
But he just goes to profile.
To profile.
Oh, he's such a profiler, man.
So, Kimmy, I'm sitting here. Moose and Tommy, they walk in together,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I can hear around the corner, they're having
Okay.
a conversation. Moose is like, oh, how about the Bills yesterday, huh? And Tommy's like, yeah, what, did they win? Oh, yeah. And these two guys that know nothing about football are trying to have a guy conversation about the game
It
yesterday.
was a little awkward.
You know what it was? It was like the first time you ever had sex as a teenager. Does that feel good? Is it in there?
I don't think Moose would be into that.
Like, it was the least confident, awkward, uncomfortable conversation.
Well, I didn't want to have it.
Well, I mean, it's an easy,
Yeah.
Monday morning casual thing. No?
Not with him, it's not.
No.
No, because he's trapped me a couple of times, too. And you say, like, a normal thing, and he'll just be like,
Well, you know what I find? Like, you were probably two people who end up inserting the word "the" where it doesn't belong. Like, you know that the Kansas City team, the Patrick Mahomes guy, like, it just doesn't flow very
No.
nicely.
It's very awkward.
And that's the one negative of a day like today, where you're going to come across that person. And look, man, I'm not trying to gatekeep here. I want everyone to be happy, right? But it can get frustrating when you have to have that conversation, when it's forced on you by someone who doesn't really know what they're talking about.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but does it kind of work, though, if you're both in the same boat?
See, you'd think it would.
Yeah.
But then I heard what I
Well,
heard,
but you
and it did not.
Okay, if you weren't listening, it probably would have been just fine
All
for
right,
the two of them.
Well, here's the thing. Let's
What's
say if I wasn't, they didn't know I was listening.
Yeah.
So
No,
if,
I know.
If I wasn't, sharing the story, did that feel like a comfortable, fluid conversation to you?
Oh, no. Like, I didn't want to have it.
Okay.
Like, he was coming down the stairs, I'm coming into the studio, and Moose is one of those guys that always wants to say something funny.
Not like anyone else
I
we
don't
know.
know who
But,
else
like-
that would.
But you know when somebody, they got nothing, but they got that big-ass grin on their face, and
Oh.
they're going to say something.
Yeah,
Oh,
for me, it's called Monday through Friday from 6 to 10. But you were saying.
And
I'm
that's
sorry.
him. So I know we're going to do this now. Like, I just know we're going to do this.
Okay.
And usually we'll make fun of, like, some local radio guy that he may ran into or something like that. Something like that, which is a little bit more casual. I can escape it.
Okay.
Okay. But
But not this.
No.
All right.
This was a bear trap.
I do find it funny because, like, you sit here and you get all angry that you think I measure your manhood by your fandom.
Yes. Well, you do.
You think that I try to bitch shame you because you're not a football fan.
Yes.
And that's not true.
Really? You just said bitch shame.
No, I was explaining how you feel.
No, that's what you do.
See, you're doing it right now. See, you're doing it.
What am I doing?
You're doing it, Tim Hortons. What you doing? You're doing it, bitch shame. No, I'm saying, like, listen, man, I can respect you for you. I can respect all of the things that you like and that you're into them for the weird reasons you are. Where it gets funny to me is where, like, Kimmy and I will be having, like, a Bills conversation in front of you, and then you feel like you have to insert yourself, like, but not, like, in a funny way, like, how about this? Like, yes, I think that. Like, when you guys are talking about your stupid boat show, I do not insert myself.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
No, I don't.
Yes, you do
how much
constantly.
It sucks.
You say it's staged.
I mean, you don't
fake,
try to.
It's not real.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to include myself like, oh, yeah,
Well,
Captain blah-blah-blah. They really shouldn't have done
His
that
name
thing. That
is
was
Captain Lee.
Okay. What's a chick captain?
Oh, it's
Don't care.
Cap Sandy.
Walk right to that one, stupid. But it is also interesting
What's that?
how, like, I see you and Moose as the same guy football-wise. Yet that offends you. You think that you have more football clout than Moose does.
Oh, I had more knowledge than Moose. Of course I do.
Are we sure? You sure about that?
I have a Bills education by accident than he does.
Okay. But, I mean, he does go to the games, and when was the last game you went to?
That one that was a nightmare.
And before that, when was the last one you went to?
That was like 7 years ago.
Oh, God. I can't even remember.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Oh, it was that Baltimore game where we traded a guy to Baltimore.
Willis McGahee.
And everybody was stepping on his jersey.
So that was 15 years ago? 20
When
years?
When did they switch to 11 men?
Are we talking about you on a Saturday or the Bills? I don't like this.
Oh, I don't do anything like that. I'm not a bully. I don't shame.
No. I said for the things.
What are you doing on Saturday night? You lay down with men.
No, but shit. Why don't we forget the rules of this great country? No, I guess what I'm getting at is you sit here and you go, you shouldn't criticize people based on football.
No.
And then you turn around and do the exact same thing because you think you're on a higher level.
Well, you just asked me a question and I answered a question.
Okay, no, but I saw you walk in this room, and here's the thing. 252 WCMF, 252-9263 with this great Bills win. The only negative is folks that you work with feeling like they have to talk about it even though this isn't something that normally interests them. You shouldn't feel that pressure. Whatever you're into is fine. I hear the conversation that Tommy and Moose have, two non-football fans trying to talk Bills, and I hear how awkward it is. And Tommy walks in and he gives me the old, like, oh, man, got stuck there. It's so nice to be in the presence of another fellow diehard Bills fan now. And you'll like bitch shame dudes who do like football, thinking they don't know football, and you know more football than they do.
When do I ever do that?
The person I feel the worst for here is Kimmy.
Why's that?
Well, because, look, in the last 25 years, the profile of what the average American football fan is totally changed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when I was a kid and I would go to the games, the women that were in the crowd, God, this sounds terrible already, were there with their boyfriends and husbands.
Yeah.
Like, it was something that was appropriate to go to. Like, my dad, he had 6 season tickets, still has them.
Yeah.
And your mom wasn't really into it, was she?
No.
She was into it because your dad was, but not for herself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And she would go to the games and stuff, but she was just there to be a part of the family.
Yeah.
Right? Be there with her husband, which is fine. Whereas the NFL now lists one half of their fan base.
The rise of the lady fan.
Yes, as female. They got that group, Kimmy, the Bills Mafia babes that raise a ton of money. Like, you are, you're one of the few people I enjoy talking football with because you know what you're talking about.
Sure.
But there are still guys.
A lot of mansplainers out there.
Bingo.
And mansplainers that aren't even fans of the Bills. Like, that's the best part.
I know a guy like that.
It's terrible.
Is it bad?
I never do that.
I will say, like, in my experience, I have not run into that issue with Tommy, but I also know you. I think this is more of a casual conversation kind of thing when, like, maybe you're just meeting somebody, they make that assumption, and that's when it's like, Yep. I'm aware who Josh Allen is. Yes, I know.
He's pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, super handsome. Bet you want to have his babies. Well, no, because, like, you married into a family of diehard Bills fans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Your wife is a diehard. She's the one that dragged you to that Bills game.
She keeps track of your picks for you.
Yeah, she writes them down.
And openly mocks you in your own house.
Yes.
Okay. Your stepson and stepdaughter also diehard Bills fans.
Big time.
Do you find yourself – you've never, like, mansplained the game to your stepdaughter, have you?
I don't know.
Because I've hung out with your stepdaughter in the Bills parking lot. She knows your stuff.
Yeah, she does.
Like, I mean, like, she knows your Deep Bills history. She knows what's going on. And even me saying that makes me sound like a joke. Like, that broad knows her football. That's not what I mean. But I also know how you compete with younger women.
I mean, I may point out that I may have met that person, at training camp on the old show, or we all went out to a Chase Pickett event together.
And she's like, "What's Chase Pickett?"
Yes. Well, they were on the old defensive line. Chase and Pickett, man, they were wicked tough.
Wicked Chase Pickett. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Al. Al says, Duffy, don't be a dick. Everyone should be able to talk football when they want to, just because you think you know more, parentheses, which you don't,
Ooh.
doesn't mean you can judge. No, that's what I'm saying here.
What's up?
I'm not here to judge. I'm not. It's just weird to me how when this Bills fever sweeps Western New York, which we are now.
Well, everybody's in.
Yes, right?
Yeah.
And I want you to be along for the excitement. And I'll sit there and I'll have that conversation with you. But, come on, man. There are some things where I don't know a lot in this world, but you know what a diehard Bills fan I am.
Oh, yeah.
And you know how close I follow this team.
Mm-hmm.
So I see myself as someone who maybe knows more than you or Moose. And I don't want to do that. It's like the same thing, like a guy that's really into music. You'll sit and have that conversation with somebody else, but it's not what you want to do.
True.
You know what I mean?
But you got to be polite.
Beatles pretty good, huh? You ever hear that song, Eggman song? Pretty good song, huh?
How about that hand holding?
Hold a hand?
Yeah.
Doing that whole thing?
Yeah.
Back in the day?
I think they kicked that off.
Yeah, they were the original boy band.
Yeah, but I can understand, if somebody like Moose down the hall ran into you on a morning like today, of course, the Bills are going to be the first topic of conversation that comes up.
And he may have went to the game yesterday. I don't know.
He did not, because I think he was trying to get me to take him on Sunday.
Oh.
He kept dropping these hints late last week. He's like, really? I really want to go to the game. Oh, yeah. No, the ticket's really expensive. You going? Yeah.
Well, you did take one of our coworkers already, so that may be now an expectation.
But I already explained, and I know he heard it. I know it got back to him on the air, that I could not go with Moose because I would kill him. Because I am so intense and focused on game day. It's not his fault. It's my fault.
Yeah.
They may not let him in just based on all the jewelry he wears around his neck.
Okay.
And he also wears it on the outside of his T-shirt, like he's ready to do a press conference.
When you went to the game, you wore a WCMF Bills-branded polo shirt.
Yes.
Like you were going to play 9 holes on a par 3.
I didn't have 9 necklaces on dangling on the outside of it.
And you call yourself a Sicilian.
I know. I could hear that kid walking around upstairs.
Wait, that wasn't Jingle Bells this morning?
Might have been. I don't know.
No, but I mean, Moose also knows, and I'm not trying to kill Moose here. I love Moose.
No, of course not.
Lay down in traffic for the kid. He knows not to talk football with me anymore.
He just gave up.
No, last year I had to say it to his face because he said something that made me really mad. Here's
why. Why do you have to say it?
Here's why.
See, I'm not mean. I don't want to be cruel to people.
I've known the kid almost as long as I've known you. I've known him almost as long as I've known you. We have a relationship. Yeah. I feel like it. So last year when the Bills were 5-5, I walk in. He goes, "Season's over, huh?" And I was already pissed because they had lost.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Season's over. It's done. Pack it in. It's over. What's the point? Well, we shouldn't even do this anymore."
Yeah.
And then as the Bills started winning and they, the second overall seed, I made it a point to go out of my way to call him an idiot every Monday morning. And he now knows he doesn't want this smoke anymore.
So he doesn't.
So wait. What you're saying is when somebody tells you the thing that you love sucks,
yes,
it's kind of annoying. Like when Tommy and I, the show we love, when we're talking about it, you're like, fake's not real.
No, but that is
actually
fake.
Sucks.
No, but that's actually fake.
No, because like Moose could have said to you, I heard these games are all, it's all, rigged.
Mm-hmm.
It's the
they know
NFL
the
already has
things.
it.
They figured it out.
NFL already has it predetermined who's going to win this year. So really, what's the point of watching?
Are you, as a woman in her 30s, really going to argue with me
no,
that reality television show is not scripted?
I saw on Facebook yesterday.
My point is
that Josh Allen went to the Taylor Swift show on Saturday night, and that Taylor Swift was in Buffalo, and she paid one of the refs off.
For Josh to win?
No, for Mahomes to win.
Oh, so what happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
See, isn't that super annoying? That's all I'm saying.
That was all on Facebook.
That has to be true. Was that a thing on Facebook? Okay. Not even close to the same thing. Not even close to the same thing. Now I got necklaces outside of my shirt. We got a Dynamite. Everyone have fun and love each other.
Yes.
Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF. It is a post-game Monday, Victory Monday. Tommy made some picks on Friday.
Oh, he sure did. Everybody was reminding me of Tommy's picks last night at Bill Gray's. Like every single person had those things like written down or something because they were all keeping track.
Skin of yo ass.
See, it's You just got to build a culture of winning, Pat.
Is that what you do?
You know, I don't get caught up in the stats. It's about just
This is
stacking
all about
wins.
the stats.
Stacking the wins, baby.
Related to my uncle, the famous Irishman, Danny Skinner your ass. We're going to recap Tommy's picks just after 7:45, which whatever ones he hit, all hit within the last 90 seconds of that
That's all
game.
that counts, baby.
Okay. Just after 9 o'clock, we got our good buddy from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham. He was there yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably going to curse again because he's so excited. Hot takes, Dan Chesty, hoodie under the sweatshirt, baby crying, watch your mouth. Please keep it down. Fates. Dan Fates just after 9 o'clock here on 13 Wham. And just after 6:40, 6:45, you did it. You pulled it off. It's all there for you to go get it if you want to take it.
Well, get it.
We'll get it.
Get it.
It's after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Things in the greater Rochester area can get scary after dark. And I don't mean crime.
Well, what else is there?
Bro, when you're in your car, there are some roads that you do not want to be on as soon as the sun goes down.
What's a bad road?
I'm not talking bad as in like you can be the victim of something other than an accident, because this road east of us, which I know a lot of people that listen to us, especially early this morning, have to take on a daily basis, whoever's idea it was to make this a thing at 55 miles an hour in this area with all of this stuff going on might be the dumbest person on the planet. Wow. And how there is not 15 accidents a day on just this 5-mile stretch of road is beyond me.
Where the hell is it?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. the greater Rochester area has been around a long time.
Oh, sure.
And we take for granted how easy it is to get around with 390, 490, 590, all this stuff.
It's a breeze. Yeah.
There are roads left over from before the whole interstate highway idea.
Oh, the old system.
And that has to be why this road is the way it is. Because if you take this on a regular basis, maybe you're used to it. If not, it has to be one of, if not the, scariest roads in the greater Rochester area.
Trying to think what it is.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45 here on a Victory Postgame Monday. For the Bills, it's all right there. All you have to do is go and take it.
Just finish the job.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, big weekend for the Duffy family.
Where'd you guys go?
Well, not only did we have this Dynamite Bills game yesterday, right? My daughter and her athletic trials had a hockey game in Oswego on Saturday.
Oswego.
Yes. And the only way to get to Oswego from the greater Rochester area is to jump on 104 and just take it all the way there.
Yes.
And I like that a lot, man. It's great. Like in the daytime, Oswego,
pretty direct.
Ride, boom, you're there. It's easy.
Yeah.
However, her game finished about 5 o'clock. So the sun had set when we were coming home.
Yeah. Pitch black after that.
Who the hell decided that 104 in the dark was any kind of good idea for any human being on the planet?
Try doing it when you're drinking.
Okay. Don't try that, actually, everybody. It's 55-mile-an-hour road.
Yeah, you can haul ass.
With stoplights.
And farm equipment.
Yes, and then the sun.
And people towing boats.
Okay. Yes.
And campers.
And then you have woods on either side with no lights. There is not a light to be seen.
Well, there is lights when the drag races are going.
Bro, I'm driving home, and I've driven all over the country, right? I consider myself a pretty good driver.
Yeah.
And it had been so long since I had driven in the dark on 104. I was horrified.
Hey, because you can haul ass on that thing.
100%, man. 100%. Like, this has to be one of those things where if you're not scared by it, you grew up driving.
Yeah.
Because for the rest of my life, never again do I want to have to drive 104. Because once you get past that bridge in Webster, it's the scariest road.
Then it goes down to 2 lanes.
Yeah, you got it. So and then it goes down to 1 lane at one point, right?
Yeah.
Which is even worse because either you have to keep up with some guy on your ass that wants to do 80, or you're stuck doing 40, right? Like, bro, here's a weird thing about 104, and I guess this is maybe like a local custom. It's totally customary to do 70 until you get within 15 feet of a red light, in which case you slam your brakes on as fast as possible because that's what everyone in front of me was doing.
That's the part of 104 I don't get because you're right. Like, why wouldn't the speed limit slow down when you're going through all those lights, right?
Like
Otherwise, it's hard on your car.
There are some towns where it goes down to like 40, which, okay, fine.
Nobody does it.
But, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you're just over the bridge in Ontario, it is a 55-mile-an-hour road.
It's a highway.
With streetlights every 500 yards.
Yeah.
But at least you're doing it. Like, it's worse in the summertime than it is in the wintertime.
Why is that?
You think?
Because all that lake traffic.
Yeah.
You got people with boats and, like, campers and RVs and all that recreational crap. And motorcycles, because I know guys that like to ride used to take 104 all the way up to like the Thousand Islands and stuff like that. So you got to deal with all that crap.
All right, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If it's not 104, what is the scariest dark road in the greater Rochester area? Can anyone nominate a worse one than 104 after dark, which sounds sexy, but it's not?
It's got to be like that Ontario Parkway going west.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's another
because they never maintained it, so it was full of potholes. There are no lights.
Yeah.
And it's built like a regular superhighway. And I remember when we did comedy out there, oh my God, at night.
You're talking going towards Hamlin.
Yeah, like heading west on that road was horrifying.
And if you're turning on one of the roads right or left, like, you're just slowing down on the highway to turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you're veering off an exit or something. Like, you're simply just turning off of the highway.
You know, the other scary part about the parkway going towards Hamlin there's just water on either side of the road,
because
right?
you got a marsh over here, you got the lake over there.
Exactly. So if you go off the road,
nothing.
It's just kerplunk.
Yeah.
And, like, if it's dark, there's not a lot of traffic on that road.
It's a great way to lose grandma.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, so I'm 65. I grew up in Webster, right near Salt Road on Ridge Road, and there was no 104 when I grew up. You had to go past our house to get to Ontario, Williamson, so it is. But 104 back and forth, either west or east, you're 55 on a 2-lane highway for crying out loud.
I'm not following. Oh, your mic's off.
So after you get to Ontario, it's single lane.
Yeah. Yes.
55 on a single lane.
Yeah,
going either, and then the other side, past Greece, it's 55 sometimes on a single 2-lane highway.
No, it is not. So, Petey, it's funny you bring that up because I also was unaware. There's for being a single lane 55 mile an hour highway, there's a ton of businesses. So all of a sudden, someone will be like, I'm going to McDonald's and slam on the brakes. It's insane.
What they should have done was kept it 2 lanes all the way out to Oswego and Pass.
Amen, brother. Amen, Petey. Thank you for the call, Pete. Thank you. Okay, so I'm confused because I thought the reason 104 still exists is that was the road that was there before 90.
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was it's because it's built kind of like a highway.
Yeah. Because I remember my mother telling me stories of before 90 was what 90 became. They would take 104 all the way to Buffalo and Fredonia to visit my extended family.
Yeah,
right.
I mean that's kind of how roads looked before the highways.
Okay,
then you needed some way to get out to Ontario Video News to get your pornography back then, so you risked it.
So it seems like it was redesigned in 1971. So maybe that's what he's referring to. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in. The scariest dark roads in the greater Rochester area. We'll get to that in just a second after my horrifying life flashing before experience on 104 in the dark on Saturday. Jeremy's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, Pete's call was great. He just seemed to recap exactly what you said before you came on the air.
Hey,
awesome.
Can't all be experts, Jeremy.
I went to the Thousand Islands for the first time last year, and it was a choice between 90 and 104. I'm like, let's try 104. As soon as you get on 104, it starts pouring. And there's places on 104 that you want to pass people, but it seems like there's always people coming the other way. It seemed like it took me 6 hours to get to the goddamn Thousand Islands because it was raining. You couldn't pass people, and there's a town every 40 feet. It's like, who in the hell takes this for any kind of speedy way to get anywhere? This is stupid.
Well, I feel really bad, Jeremy, for the people that live in Ontario and those places out there, right? Because that's the only way in or out.
It's probably their norm, though, right?
I mean, you got to be able to go north or south to get to some other road, I would guess.
90. That's it.
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
Maybe the cars don't go that way. I don't know. All right. Happy Bills Monday, Dick. See ya.
Right back at you, buddy. Thanks for the call. Well, no, because I live in Henrietta.
Yeah.
And I would have thought the 90, because I live literally next to the thruway, I would have thought that would be the quickest way. But my maps took me on 104. So apparently 90 does not help those people.
Well, because it kind of takes you out of the way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I always hate, though, when people give me recommendations for roads that are quicker that I'm not familiar with, and then I try them and they're a effing nightmare, but they think they're quicker. And I remember I had to go down to New York City one time.
Okay.
See my aunt. So on the old show, somebody said, you should take Route 17, man. 17 is the way to go. It takes you right through Jersey. You miss all this. It was like driving down a flight of stairs during an ice storm.
Oh.
Man, it was scarier than hell.
It is funny. New York City seems to be the one everybody's got a route to New York
Right.
City.
Yeah,
that's
don't
better.
pay all those tolls.
But they're also different. They're
Right.
all
There are a
different
lot of
routes,
ways.
right? You don't want to go through Pennsylvania. You want to go up through Montreal,
Yes.
come down again, hook up like a boomerang.
Like the easiest way is just take the goddamn throughway and pay the toll.
That's why it exists.
Yeah.
This comes in from Rick. We got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. Rick writes us, any part of 5 and 20 is scary and bad. Really?
Well, it's a country. Well, it's country roads.
It gets you anywhere.
Yeah, but it's also there's areas there where you can do 55, and it's just like rolling hills.
Yeah.
And you don't know what's around.
I've never had a scary experience on 5 and I think 5 and 20 is pleasant.
Well, it's scenic.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like at night.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's that you bring that up. That reminds me of Kings Highway.
Oh yeah.
That to me, I will avoid that no matter what at night. Just based on deer, based on the windiness of the road, especially if it's raining or snowing.
All those drunk asses down in Seabreeze.
Yeah. That's one I will gladly avoid at night.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the most dangerous roads in the greater Rochester area. Do we still have 104 as number one?
I would say that we're on either that or
Parkway,
Ontario Beach.
yeah.
But they're both pretty bad.
Okay, let's talk to Eric. He's on CMF. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Eric.
I'm doing well, and how about yourself, guys?
Good. What's up?
I got one that's a little bit more scarier than 104. It's in Webster. It's a side road off a lake. It's called Pellet Road. It's this pencil-thin road. It's nothing but all hills, and there's about a 3-foot trench on either side of it.
Full of gators.
Yeah, and the
big snappers in there.
Oh yeah, and the deer are there's quite a bit of them down that.
They're
stretch,
horny too.
So a half deer, half gator kid.
I never think of Webster as being very hilly.
No, so he's right. There are some places, and you know this, having lived there, where you get off the beaten path, and it's like, oh, there's like a hunting club or a bar down here, and you're like literally
surprises you.
It's like driving to Dracula's house. Eric, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, there are some sneaky, dangerous parts of Webster.
Yeah, and then you can also if you don't take 104, but if you take that lake road that winds all the way out to Sodus, there's just nothing there. And there's areas where you can do 55, and it's just a country road past but there's a power plant out there and stuff, and then all of a sudden you hit where's that little town where Bill used to work? Pulteneyville.
Pulteneyville.
But all of a sudden it stops, and then you got to make all these sharp turns right up at the lake, and then you can haul ass again.
Yeah.
It is funny how these towns, when they designed the roads 150 years ago, they're just like, that's what it's going to be forever. We're not fixing any of this.
No.
All right, we're going to take one more call, but only because I think this will be the first time we ever have this name on the show.
Wow.
Yeah. Grant is on CMF.
Oh, Grant.
Hello, Grant. How are you?
Grant.
Egad, how are you?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I can attest to the 104 thing because I dated a girl at Oswego State, who is now 29 years later my wife.
Oh.
And hard to believe, but I've taken that route every time. It was the first time I was really actually scared to drive. It was a blizzard. And you can't stop because somebody could come up behind you. You can't go forward because you can't see. Finally, I made a decision. I saw these two little red lights ahead of me, realized that it was a tractor trailer, and I said, I'm following this guy at 10 miles an hour. If he's going off the road, I'm going off the road too. And somehow we made it, and by the time we got into Monroe County, all of a sudden, everything lit up. There's a little area called Hannibal. I always call it Hannibal Lecter. It was just that dangerous.
Grant, I liked you a second ago, Grant. I did.
Somebody married that 29 years ago. That's the scary part.
You were being so charming for a little while there, Grant.
You're a human blizzard, Grant.
Grant, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a great laugh for Grant, though. Way to go, buddy. Happy you're happy.
I call it Hannibal Lecter. You're just scary. You can use that one on your morning show. Say something funny.
Let's take a break. It's there.
What's there?
It is right there.
Oh.
All you have to do is go out and grab it.
All right.
Your Buffalo Bills get a monster win yesterday, and we get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.
4th and 2. Here's some late motion. Fakes the throw. Allen going to step up in the pocket. Now he's going to take it and run, and he's got the first down.
He
more.
go!
10, 5, and muscles his way into the end zone for an unbelievable 26-yard touchdown run. Are you kidding me? He's a beast with a capital B, and he would not be denied.
Beast.
With a capital B.
I mean, is he wrong?
No.
No, he's not. 4th and 2. Easy field goal range. You can kick, play defense, which the Bills have been doing well all day, and force the Chiefs to beat you with a touchdown with 2 minutes left. Or you can go and win that game. Scared money don't make no money.
Ooh, write that down. That's a good one.
And now that it's all said and done for your Buffalo Bills, it's all right there if you want to go and take it.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, an amazing 30-21 win for your Buffalo Bills in Orchard Park last night. And it is hard to come up with the greatest moment of that game outside of what we just heard.
Yeah.
Right? Because it was all so much fun. James Cook continues his touchdown assault on the Kansas City Chiefs. The defense looked great. They were all up in Mahomes' butt all night long. Bills defense, all up in your butt. I'm going to make T-shirts.
All up in your butt.
You would not wear Bills defense all up in your butt.
Are we allowed to say that?
What's that?
Are we allowed to say that?
Well, we'll stop saying it
I
just
guess,
in case.
yeah, I mean.
Because every time I bring up
he
butt
said it like 10 times.
No, every
so
time I
it's too
say
late
butt
now.
stuff, it gets denied.
Butt stuff? Well, I'm not talking about butt stuff. I'm talking about them being all up in his butt. I mean, look, Patrick Mahomes was uncomfortable for 60 minutes, right? Taylor couldn't even be bothered to make the trip down the 90.
So was she there?
No, she was not. Not in the building.
Ooh.
She knew.
Oh, they're breaking up?
I don't know. Ooh, good question. I mean, because Travis did not play well yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, did not play well. Guys, she was not there. You know who was there? Haley Steinfeld, Josh's girlfriend.
Oh, she was?
That's right. To watch that 26-yard game-winning scamper. And by the way, it's funny, going back to the Taylor thing.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, for those who don't know, has shows in Toronto. She had them over the weekend, and she has them this week. She had Sunday off.
And she didn't come down?
The NFL absolutely scheduled this game for when she was performing in Toronto, so she would be there to raise the profile, and Taylor stood them up.
Ooh.
She's been watching tape of this Bills D, and she understood what was going to happen.
Oh, she knew it.
There you go.
All right.
You ready to get hit with some facts, Tommy?
Yeah, fact me up.
Fact! The Bills held Patrick Mahomes under 200 yards passing last night. And his longest pass play of the whole game, 17 yards.
Damn.
Fact! The Bills have scored at least 30 points at home every single game this season.
Damn.
Fact!
Yeah.
The Bills did all of that last night without wide receiver Keon Coleman, tight end Dalton Kincaid, starting tackle Spencer Brown, and all-world linebacker Matt Milano. It is not an exaggeration to say that a quarter of their offense was not even on the field for that win.
That's impressive.
And they beat Kansas City by 2 scores. Everything about yesterday was glorious.
Yeah.
You ended Kansas City's perfect season.
Yeah, that felt nice.
You laid out a blueprint for other teams to go out and beat the Chiefs. But most importantly,
what's that?
You have set yourself on a path to do something the Bills haven't done in over 3 decades.
Which is?
The number 1 seed
in
the AFC playoffs is yours if you want to go and get it.
Yeah.
But it's a tough
Now
road.
the rest of the season really it means a lot more.
Yes, it does.
Because you got one scary team left to beat.
All right, so let's talk about it. Let's not go too far ahead.
All right,
Let's
all
take
one game at a time, buddy.
Let's take,
as Josh Allen would say.
Let's take dark.
Just another game.
By the way, he's so full of crap.
I know. They were trying to get him too. I think Tracy Wolfson,
After
she was
the game?
interviewing him after the game, and she kept saying, "But is it really just another game, Josh?" He wouldn't give him anything.
No, we can have a game because even Von Miller, when asked after the game, cursed when he was like, "F that."
Yeah, it went right out.
His poor Spectrum didn't get to catch it. Look, the Chiefs are going to lose again.
Yeah,
right?
probably.
And they're going to lose more than once. They were already playing a dangerous game with those tight finishes.
But they have a pretty soft schedule coming up, right?
They do, but they have a ton of divisional games, and historically the Chiefs always battle down to the last play with the Raiders, with the Broncos, which you already saw.
Destroyed.
And after what the Chargers did yesterday, I mean, they may be a formidable foe in the AFC West. Not that anyone's going to win the AFC West other than the Chiefs, but
all right, so they could get knocked
possible
down
they
a few.
lose again. Yeah.
Look, all the Bills have to do is be even with the Chiefs by the end of the season. You now hold the tiebreaker, right? You are ahead of them as long as you are even. As they say in the league, Tommy.
What do they say?
If I'm even, I'm leaving.
All right.
The Ravens, all of a sudden, are falling away. They lost again yesterday. And the Steelers look good.
But that was one boring-ass game.
I love it. I love those games.
Like
I love
said,
them.
all those field goals.
The Steelers beat the Ravens without scoring a touchdown.
What, they kick 6 or 7 field goals?
18
So
points.
I was in fantasy. I was going against a guy who had the Steelers kicker. That kicker had like 25 points, which is unheard of.
The good news here.
What's the good news?
Now, look, I'm not discounting the Steelers because they may be a legitimate team here. But the two teams that have beaten you, the Ravens and the Texans, are not the juggernauts people thought they were in the season.
Fell off a little bit.
Yeah, so that's good. But maybe most importantly,
what's that?
All of a sudden going into the bye, there isn't a team left on your schedule you can't beat.
Well, there is one.
Let's hold on.
Pretty scared.
San Francisco's the next game coming up.
So they come here, though.
Yeah.
They come to Buffalo.
That night game.
Yep, prime time Sunday Night Football. When the schedule came out, that looked like a very scary game.
Did they lose yesterday?
They lost yesterday.
At home.
All of a sudden, San Francisco is a 500 team. You get them in prime time. They are a West Coast team having to travel east, and we all know what prime time Josh can do. The Lions are a really good team.
They destroyed Jacksonville?
Yeah, Jacksonville's terrible. The Bills destroyed Jacksonville.
Yeah, but that looked pretty goddamn. What, like 52 points?
Okay, so here's what the Lions do. And don't get me wrong. I really like the Lions as a story. I love their head coach. I love Lions fans. You know I have a soft spot for Detroit in my heart, right? But the Lions look so impressive because they run up the score whenever they get the opportunity. And I'm not saying they're not a good team.
Yeah.
But Sean McDermott, most other NFL coaches, Kimmy, when the game is in hand, they take their foot off the gas. They start to sit their guys down. They run the clock out. They get the hell out of there. Whereas the Lions do not stop playing football.
All right.
And it actually cost them one of their best players, defensive end Aiden Hutchinson, who broke his leg in garbage time a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I guess what I'm getting at is when you look at these scores that the Lions have put up, if you're not watching the game, it looks scary. If you are watching the game, other teams have just lied down at that point. And they're adding,
but they are getting to that point in the game, you know.
Let me ask you a question. Against Jacksonville, you think the Bills could have hung 70 points? They stopped playing at the beginning of the third quarter.
They did, but that's I can't think of another game where they ran it up so much that, I mean, like Detroit is running up the score, whereas like I think other teams would do that if they could.
No, you see Sean McDermott, he goes out of his way to not do that unless you're playing Miami, which is I'm all the way for it.
Yeah.
I'm all the way for it.
All right. So Detroit's don't worry about it.
No. Hear me?
It'd be interesting to see how they match up.
Cake.
Because I have no idea what to expect for that one.
Okay. The Bills D has shown when they are healthy, no one is too scary to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, look, that Chiefs offense, all we heard all week long was, Chiefs, they find a way to win. They couldn't do anything last night.
All right.
They couldn't, help.
Yeah.
Mahomes throws a pick on his second pass of the game?
It just started.
Taylor Rapp, ladies and gentlemen. Bills safety, Taylor Rapp. The Bills have not lost a game since he put on the great Gazoo helmet.
Oh, is that big puffy helmet?
He's wearing the big old puffy helmet.
Yep.
And the grand tradition of Bills defensive backs wearing the big old puffy helmet started with Mark Kelsey.
He looks like he's going to play Nerf football.
It does look like he's at practice or something. It's such a strange look. You're just not used to it.
Look, he had his concussions. If this in any way helps you get healthy,
Yeah.
who cares how stupid you look? 252 WCMF, 252-9263. So here's where it gets real.
What's that?
And I want to know what you guys think. Right now, this season feels different.
Oh, yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
What feels different about it for you?
Well, the fact
Tell me how you feel.
because they're good at this point of the season. Usually they're not that great right now. This is where they start to get good.
Okay.
This is where they usually go on
Start
their
picking
run,
it up.
right? Like they start a little slow. They got some stuff to figure out.
Like you blew games that you should have won.
Okay.
It cost you at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
You're in better shape. This is the best shape. This is the best shape Josh has ever been in.
First time the Bills are 9-2 since 1992.
Right.
I would say in the last few seasons, the Bills, especially in the beginning of the season, they played to the other team's level.
Ooh.
So they would give you these great games against good teams and then fall off against teams that you thought that they would easily handle. And they've shown that so far to me, they're playing their own game and they're playing it the way they want to play it, no matter who they're facing.
My biggest fear last night was the Bills have beaten teams by just strangling them. They beat the will to play football out of these teams, right? You saw it against Indianapolis. You saw it against Miami where that final drive, look, we're just going to go win this game, and they don't want it anymore. The reason I worried about that Chiefs game was the Chiefs are not a team where they just roll over and are beaten.
No.
And you kind of saw that a little bit on the last 2 drives for the defense last night.
I mean, once Josh Allen had that run, it almost felt like they let him into the end zone, didn't it?
I'm glad you saw it too.
Well, because he just kind of shouldered his way in.
Yeah, and I was
Stood
thinking,
up.
like, maybe their plan was to just let him in and save some time, but I'm like,
2 scores.
No, I don't know.
mean,
Yeah. It felt like he kind of walked into that end zone.
And that was the season right there, to me.
I'll tell you, I mean, the biggest difference I think this year, and it's pretty obvious, this isn't
What's
like,
that?
mind-blowing analysis. The part-time superhero thing for Josh looks great on him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't make a dumb decision, and you go out and you get a play when his team needs it. And my biggest fear with Josh Allen was that he wouldn't be able to just flip it on and off like a switch. Like, if he was going to be the superhero, he had to be the superhero all the time. And he has shown, I mean, last night, you watched it, right? Mm-hmm. He goes and plays conservative football until all of a sudden it's there, and oh, my God.
Hey, he takes it.
Oh, my God.
So you need that 4th and 2.
Sean McDermott, as we speak, on a week-by-week basis, is sticking a thumb in all of his doubters' eyes.
Okay.
How your eyes feel?
That was harsh.
I like Sean.
Oh, do you like Sean now?
Like
All of a sudden, really? Because I remember a McDumbass a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I mean, he's had some struggles.
He's won 6 straight.
Yeah.
And he's going for it.
They're doing it with aggressive football.
Win.
Yes.
Tony Romo said it 1,000 times. You got to go out and you got to beat them. You got to go for it. They went for it. They went for the win. They didn't settle.
I don't know, Jim. Jim! Jim! It's become an 80s sitcom. Jim!
Him and Jim Nance.
No, but, like, it's so funny that by the 4th game of the season, right? 3rd, whatever, 4th, 5th, 6th game of the season, Sean McDermott was too conservative and he didn't know how to close out a game. And all he has done is win games.
Okay, but he does some dumb stuff still.
Like
last night you can't make an argument, though.
That challenge.
Okay, I'll tell you what happened.
Okay, that was like, everybody's looking at going,
yeah.
What are you looking at? That he caught the goddamn ball.
So the Bills, just to catch everybody up, Tommy is referring to the catch on the sidelines that DeAndre Hopkins made for the Chiefs that were going into the end zone there. I'll tell you what he did. 2 things. He waited as long as he could to challenge because he wanted to see what the Chiefs' offense was going to look like on the field. And a very important part of stopping this Chiefs' offense is to break up their, how do you put this? Once they get on a roll, you're in trouble.
Their momentum.
Yes, if you can stop their momentum, it helps. That's what he was doing. There was a small chance you won that challenge.
It didn't look like it to me.
Okay, he did that there. He used it as a timeout. He was going to call a timeout.
Why don't you take a timeout?
Because
you burned a timeout anyway because you lost the challenge.
Yes, no, I get it. He was going to burn the timeout. Why not take a shot if you think you can win the challenge? By the way, Andy Reid did the same thing with that Amari Cooper
they both
catch.
had their...
Yeah, but Andy Reid had a lot going on because he's always got that seafood menu he's trying to pick out what he's having after the game.
Sean McDermott learned from Andy Reid,
right.
and they did the exact same thing in the exact same moment, trying to throw off the momentum of each other's offense.
But he does make some flubs.
Is that the first challenge he's lost this year? Because they hired a guy to be his challenge guy.
Yeah, no, I thought he lost another one that was, and everybody pointed that out too.
Okay, look,
good guy.
Well, I love
good
how
guy.
It's the biggest win of the season.
Oh yeah,
it's your most impressive win over Kansas City, I would argue, of the McDermott era, and you got to find something to be upset about.
And of course,
excuse me, the soup's a little cold.
And the stadium now is going to cost us $2.2 billion now.
Thank you, Sean McDermott. We're going to talk more about that tomorrow. All right, so it is a victory post-game Monday. Tommy made some picks.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Looking good.
Just after 7:45. If they stop that game with 2 minutes left, you lost
that's not
everything.
how we play the game.
Oh, who's we? You got a cricket in your pocket?
Oh, I got a lot in my pocket today. Pockets are loaded.
A Muley post-game excuse Monday full of unloaded pockets just after 7:45. And our good buddy from 13 Wham to get back into this game, Buffalo Plus, Dan, hot takes, Chesty, please keep it down. We had to dump him because he curses. Hoodie underneath.
I think you nailed it, yeah.
Dan face. Just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. All right. It's all done. And we now have the final numbers.
Of what?
The camera over on 490. Just past the Freddie Sue Bridge.
That camera got rich.
It's run its course. Did you see the final numbers?
Yeah, it's insane.
It is absolutely.
And I still think are there some people that still don't know?
It's a good question. Yeah, there would have to be.
Yeah, still coming.
There would have to be. That being said, This became the least popular thing maybe in our town.
Yeah.
And there are still people that are going on the news pleading their case, saying they should not have gotten in trouble. And it shows there's an interesting part of humanity happening.
Yes, sir.
Because everyone's for law and order until the law goes against them. And it's based on one man's excuse that we will play you from 10 NBC over the weekend, and we'll do it next year in the break room on CMF. The good news, Tommy?
Good news.
It wasn't just you.
Oh.
The bad news? A lot of people are pissed off.
A lot of yous.
But the excuses people are using are ridiculous. Because, look, you can be mad at yourself.
Yeah.
You can make the argument maybe things weren't the most clear. But one thing is for sure.
What's that?
When people find out they're not the only one who broke the rules, the comfort they have giving the stupidest excuses
Okay, but the numbers don't lie.
is astonishing. Yeah, they don't lie that this many people broke the law.
Everybody's doing it.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, how'd you like to see 3 bright, smiley faces this morning?
Yeah. Should I leave the room?
You can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. Our live stream is up and going. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. We'd love to have you in.
Oh, yeah.
It's like being in the room.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
This cruddy room.
All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads is celebrating the House of Guitar's 60th anniversary by releasing the Blue Nose Guitar Man Blueberry Belgian Waffle Cream Ale.
That's a lot of beer in that can.
That's right, buddy. You can look for it in stores and on tap. And don't forget to give the gift of music and beer this holiday season.
Oh.
Fa-la-la-la-la-la-la.
Never thought of that. Music and beer.
There you go. The biggest controversy in Rochester
What's that?
the last 6 weeks has to have been the construction camera just past the Freddie Sue Bridge on 490 East. Good news.
Mhm.
The camera is now gone.
Yeah. Thank you. Only cost me $225.
Oh, we'll get there.
Or so you think.
Could be more.
True.
No, so look, you don't have to worry about that camera being there anymore. But we now have the final tally
Yes.
of how many people got popped on the bridge with that construction camera speeding.
Roll those numbers, baby.
Story on 10 ABC late last week says the camera issued over 25,000 tickets.
So that's more than a Knicks game.
Yeah.
That's between a Knicks game and a Cubs game.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Right?
Yeah.
Because the Knicks draw about 20,000, Cubs
sure.
about 35.
Sure. And I'm sure you're wondering, well, what does that equal in dollar bills?
It's got to be insane.
The 25,000 tickets that construction camera got, just that camera.
Because the minimum pop would be $50.
You got it. And then we found out that some people were getting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tickets.
Yeah.
In total, that one camera brought in $1.2 million in fines.
What a scamola.
And 1/3 of that was just from Tommy Mueller.
Yes.
Because you got 3 of them so far, right?
Yeah.
Because you're a lawbreaker.
And they escalate.
Yes. So there were a lot of people not happy with
Yeah, I
this,
got ripped off.
obviously. Okay.
I got totally screwed and ripped off.
You're not the only one. 10 NBC keeps finding all of them. Because Berkeley Breen found some more folks willing to go on camera to once again say what a scam this whole thing was. For example, Andrew, he went on 10 NBC. He got a ticket and he's furious.
Yeah.
And he says he got the ticket under false pretenses.
Hey, he's a good guy.
Just listen to his excuse that he gave to 10 NBC over the weekend.
Did you think you were speeding?
No, not at all. I was moving right along with the rest of the traffic.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not speeding.
Okay.
That's just keeping up with the Joneses.
Two things.
What?
Just because you were going with traffic doesn't mean you weren't speeding. Because if everyone else was speeding, you were speeding.
Yeah, but we're all speeding. We kind of got together on that.
Yeah, and you all got tickets.
In a mutual agreement.
You all got tickets. But the best part of that interview.
Keeping up with traffic?
No, not that part.
Yeah.
I want you to listen to the first thing he says. Go ahead, Kimmy. Could you roll it back for me one more time?
Did you think you were speeding?
No, not at all. I was moving right along with the rest of the traffic.
Okay. I don't think I was speeding. So that also doesn't mean you weren't speeding. Because the state, you see, has a camera that's set to take a picture if you exceed a certain mile an hour. And they have that as proof. And you have, I don't think I was speeding.
I will say there's got to be an argument for zero tolerance. Because this thing nailed you whether you were doing 1 mile over or you were doing 20.
Again.
Like there was no
hold on.
fluctuation. They didn't give you any grace.
No, you keep saying that. We have yet to meet someone that got a ticket for 41.
Like 41.
I think it says it in the letter I got.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Because if somebody got a ticket for going 41 or 42, the phone number is 252-WCMF.
I'm telling you, I think they're out there.
We have yet to hear from them.
Because I thought because it's just a camera, so it just clicks.
Yeah, that's how cameras work. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got no soul.
Is that what you want?
It's not a Christian. It's not going to go to heaven.
Seems like it's pretty undeniable technology.
Right, but it's very like a cop may issue a warning.
Oh.
Like I think most of the people that got this would have gotten a warning.
You think that a cop would have given you a warning for speeding through
because I was doing
construction
51
zone?
in a 40, I don't think I'm getting a ticket.
That's 11 over.
And I think with my charm and good looks, I could have pleaded that down.
Let me ask you a question. Should you get a ticket for 76 and a 65?
No.
I
don't think so.
No.
No.
No?
I always think
Should you get a ticket for 66 and a 55?
66 and 55? Because I usually do that.
Oh, no, really? Really? So
Yeah,
you're
but I feel
speeding
it.
all the time?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Well, everybody does.
No, because not everybody got a ticket. I took that route every single day. I didn't get one of those tickets. No, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
So good.
If your excuse is,
As strong as a mountain goat.
if your excuse is,
20,000 miles.
I don't think I was speeding and you thought that was going to work, I think that everyone on trial for murder should get up on the stand and goes, I don't think I murdered him.
Well, you have to hear
Not guilty!
Not all murders aren't, I mean, you at least hear the guy's, his plea, what he's got to say.
Okay. These speed cameras, now that we know,
Are a scam.
That they took in 25,000 tickets, or they popped 25,000 tickets, and they brought in $1.2 million.
They have to be illegal, like under the Constitution.
Explain how that would work?
Because I read the Constitution.
No, you didn't.
Well, I got the gist of it.
No, the Constitution itself is the gist. It's not a very long
By
document.
the way, the Constitution ain't got nothing about cameras in it.
Exactly. That's my point.
So they shouldn't have cameras.
How is this unconstitutional?
Because it's not mentioned in the Constitution. So how can a camera arrest me?
It didn't arrest you.
It kind of did.
No, it didn't stop you. Arrested is you have
Well,
been
it
stopped.
accused me
You have
of
been
something
detained. No, it
that-
proved that you did.
But you admitted to. It's not like you're saying you didn't go that fast. You're just saying it shouldn't be this way.
I don't want these cameras to put officers out of work.
Okay.
It's hard. These guys, they got to feed their families.
Mm-hmm. Just the guys, though?
Oh, the gals, too.
You're betting 1,000 a day.
Gals, too.
These speed cameras, and what you're hearing
Suck.
out of the mouth of this man across from me.
I ain't got it.
You got it? You don't pay mortgage?
It's around the holidays.
Okay.
The
You don't
whole
buy
family's-
gifts for anybody.
Well, nobody's getting turkey this year.
You know what my
You
favorite?
don't buy the turkey.
My favorite part of this is if this construction was going on through like the village of Pittsburgh time, and be like, good, everybody's slowing down through the area.
He was pro these cameras until he got his ticket.
I didn't know how expensive they were.
We have audio of him crushing people, calling and be like, this is unfair.
Like,
And they even time out how they snail mail you these bills, knowing that you're going to get multiple of these because you're going to go this way. Most people have the same route to work
But
every
the
day.
amount of people who would welcome this kind of thing on the street they live on to catch all the punk asses speeding down
But I'm
the
not
road.
a punk ass. I'm a tax-paying citizen.
That was going too fast.
I'm a homeowner,
Okay.
property owner.
You're not no.
Landowner.
You're none of those things. And if you want to talk about the way the country used to work, you would have no say in anything, not owning property. Here's what I'm getting at.
What?
With this man's excuse that he gives on 10 NBC for these
Keeping up with
cameras,
traffic.
with this man that you're hearing throw out every terrible excuse in the book, it pushes to the forefront
What's
maybe
that?
one of the worst traits of humanity.
What's that?
Everyone is for law and order until they're the ones that get into trouble. If someone else is accused of something, you don't want to hear any excuses. And we watch that happen with him and these cameras, as I point to Tommy.
But I didn't set out. I didn't leave my house going, I'm going to speed today and break the law.
There are lots of people who don't set out to go kill somebody.
I accidentally
Yeah.
did something that
Sure.
now that I know, I'll slow down. So I shouldn't have to pay.
How does that go? Ignorance is no excuse for the law. I forget how that saying goes. How does it go?
Ignorance is cool under the law.
Okay. Kimmy, you hear things all the time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, don't do that crime if you can't do the time. And that's just the way that life works. And then suddenly, it's you, and then life's not fair. What? The only problem with this camera in the eyes of the public
It's not fair.
is that it caught so many people.
Well, it caught people multiple times. So it didn't give you a chance to like
adjust.
change your habits before you got like,
Right.
3 in a row.
If I would have got popped by a police officer, I would know right away what I did, and I would slow down or take another way home.
Mhm.
I wasn't allowed that. So I got 3 tickets before I didn't even know I did anything wrong.
Okay, so you're also bringing up another weird thing that has shown up in this argument, talking about that Freddie Sue Bridge camera. It is now down 25,000 tickets written, $1.2 million in fines. There is this weird idea
What's that?
about breaking the law that all of a sudden has shown up. That if you don't get caught breaking the law, you didn't do anything wrong. And we've heard and seen and read, just like you are saying now, that this isn't fair because a cop didn't catch me. And if a cop caught me, this would have happened in X, Y, Z. And these people assume they know how to slow down when they see someone running radar to avoid a speeding ticket. And that's a great skill to have.
Yeah.
Great skill to have. But just because you managed to avoid radar doesn't mean you weren't breaking the law when you were speeding.
Well, it's sporadic. I break the laws here and there.
No, but that's what I mean. You broke the law.
After hours.
You just weren't caught.
Yeah.
So you were breaking the law.
Don't count.
Okay, but you got caught here. Because what you were looking for wasn't there. It's kind of why they change technology in stores and banks so people can't rip them off as easy. Because once you think you figured out how the system works, it's easy to skirt the law. Well, now that these cameras exist and you don't see a cop running radar, even though they put a big sign out saying that
sign was not that big.
I saw the sign.
And by the way, I was going fast. I didn't have time to read it. How are you going to read a sign when you're doing 65 on a sharp bend like that? Not fair.
I mean, look, man. Look, just because you don't get caught doesn't mean you're not breaking the law.
I am done with your New York State interstate. Done.
You're just going to take the back roads from here on out.
I do. I'm taking my business.
But even if you take the back roads.
I'm on Main Street now with the real people. Me and Seeger.
You could still get a ticket there, too. Probably easier, honestly.
Tom on Main Street. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We've been rambling. Let's let some other people in.
All right.
We're a community here. Let's talk to Andrew. Hey, Drew. How are you, brother?
Hey, good, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
So, not for nothing, but the whole reason these cameras have come around is for the construction workers' safety. And being somebody that works in road construction, people need to start slowing down because people aren't paying attention. They're texting, looking on their phone, doing whatever, except slowing down. And too many construction workers have gotten hurt.
No, Tommy, go ahead and tell him that his safety doesn't matter. Go ahead.
It does, but I was going.
It does, but? Did you say but? Your safety matters, but, Andrew.
Andrew, I was going to safe speed. I was only doing 51.
In a 40.
Were you texting or looking down?
No.
No, he actually doesn't know how to use his phone when he's not driving.
That is one thing we can say he definitely wasn't doing.
I mean, and no, Andrew brings up the biggest point of all of this.
Safety.
Well, that's the reason these cameras existed in the first place, because the last couple of summers, we have had a horrifying run of men and women working on the side of the roads, getting hurt, and sometimes even
close
killed.
calls.
Yes, right? And we saw the videos over and over and over again. So if you want to call this a cash grab, fine. I'm not going to have a big argument about it. But if it keeps guys like Andrew safe, Tommy, what's the problem?
I'll tell you why, because they don't want to keep Andrew safe. They want to make money.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's why they put that camera up and didn't tell me about it for 3 weeks. They wanted me to continue to speed.
The money from it.
Well, Andrew, question.
To collect
Did you
money.
notice that people slowed down once they started getting these tickets?
Some of them, the majority, yeah.
Okay, so it did make a difference.
He doesn't know he's working. You can't be watching the cars and digging the hole at the same time, Andrew.
No, but there are guys that watch traffic for that reason because people aren't paying attention.
I thought those guys were just lazy.
They might be. It might be the lazy job.
Like the guy that's always working at sign.
Andrew, thanks for the call, buddy. Stay safe
Thank you
out
for
there.
your support.
Go Bills.
Go Bills. You know, I care about safety, but I'd like to do 11 over in a work zone.
11. Can't you give me 11?
All right, so we talked about a whole bunch of stuff here, right? How much the cameras brought in, how many tickets have been written, how all of these excuses have showed up. But I think the biggest lesson that we should take from this whole Freddie Sue camera debacle is how bad you look when you complain.
Yeah, I think, if there's nothing you could do about it, it's frustrating and I get it. But, to go on camera, especially, and complain about it, what were you hoping to get out of it?
So let's break that down further. If you can give me one more time, let's use Andrew as an example, right? This is Andrew again on 10 NBC over the weekend. He got a ticket and he didn't think he deserved it, and this was his excuse.
Did you think you were speeding?
No, not at all. I was moving right along with the rest of the traffic.
So Andrew there.
No.
That's what you sound like.
No.
That's what you sound like.
I never sound like that.
Andrew there took time out of his day.
Yes.
He voluntarily put his face on camera for this interview, and he laid it all out.
Channel 10, man. Come on.
But he laid it all out there.
Yeah.
And for what? A $50 ticket.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of makes you look soft, doesn't it?
And a Berkeley Breen autograph.
Wait, do you get that?
Question.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
If you get pulled over by a police officer for speeding in a construction zone, isn't it more than $50?
And they take points off your license.
Yeah. So, you kind of got off easy, really.
Thank you. But like what? To your point a second ago, Kimmy, like when Andy went on the show on 10 NBC to complain, what did he think was going to happen?
I don't know.
That the state was going to swoop in and wipe out the ticket because Andy's frustrated?
Because Channel 10 will fight for you.
Okay. Did Andy think that the greater Rochester area was going to rise up with pitchforks and torches and descend upon the camera to take it down like it was Dracula? Second Dracula reference. All he's doing is complaining on TV about $50.
Maybe Brett Davison writes a song about me and performs it next year at the East End Festival.
Like, should we start a GoFundMe for Andrew for the $50?
Andrew Strong.
Thank you, Andrew.
Oh, he'd write a song.
But look, man, I mean, like, it's $50, and I get that $50 is a lot of money.
And it adds up
a
if you
lot
get
of
multiple.
money.
But he only got one, as far as we know in this story.
No, yeah.
And here's the thing: $50 is a lot of money, but it's not take time out of my day to go on TV and complain about a camera kind of money. Because you want me to start a GoFundMe for him? I'll start it. And I'll cut him we'll get a big old check and we'll hand it to Andrew and we'll bring him down to the studio. Here's your $50, Andy.
God, I wish I only had a 50.
Yeah, stop speeding. Just take a break.
All right.
This is an interesting question that has shown up over the weekend.
What happened?
And this has nothing to do with any of us. But I guess it comes down to scary versus safety.
Oh.
Because if you found one of these things under your bed,
Under your bed,
you would have to figure out how it got there and why it was no longer a person.
Wait.
But if you found this other thing under your bed, a still breathing thing, it means you are now in immediate danger.
Wait, this is a real story?
We'll get into it. We will tell you the story. And we will do it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WC. It comes down to safety versus scary.
What happened?
One could hurt you. The other one could traumatize you for the rest of your life. So if you had to choose one, you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. I got the hiccups. Hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, we're good. It's just after 7:45. It is a victory post-game Monday.
Oh, yeah, it is a victory.
Tommy Muley, thank God he stayed up for the whole game yesterday.
It was that was like they should play all games at 4:25.
I hate it. I hate it so much. It sucks so hard. It throws off everything.
No, it doesn't, because you can have a cocktail a quarter.
Why can't you have a cocktail a quarter at 1 o'clock?
He's already. Oh.
No, because
yeah,
then I got the afternoon still.
All right, stop drinking.
That would be 8
And I
cocktails.
have to drink in the afternoon.
Yes, I do.
A Muley post-game excuse Monday.
Ooh, yeah.
Coming up just a little while here in the break room on CMF. So you asked if this was a legitimate story.
Yeah, what happened?
In this case, it is not. But this has happened to people in the past. An online poll had a lot of people asking themselves a very disturbing question over the weekend.
Was they disturbing?
All right, that question is very simple. Tommy, there is a person you find under your bed.
All right.
Would you rather that person under your bed be alive or dead?
Interesting concept, actually.
Would you rather find a living, breathing human capable of whatever underneath your most private area of your home? Or would you rather look underneath the bed to find a body having no idea how long it's been there? Kimmy, let's start with you. Living or dead under the bed, and why?
I mean, I guess dead, because I know they can't hurt me.
Okay, so you're going to go with dead.
So for my own survival, I guess I'm picking dead body.
Dead body under the bed.
Even though I don't know if that thing's going to haunt me the rest of my life.
Okay, Tommy, living or dead under the bed, what are you going with?
I would say finding a dead body under my bed would be horrifying.
Okay.
Just based on how long it's been there.
True.
What I got to do with it.
Sure.
How did it get there? I'm going to take living thing.
You want a living person under your bed?
Over a, yeah.
Why? So just based on the trauma?
And my first 2 wives.
Okay. I was going to say, this is a nice change of pace for you. Most women, when they get in bed with you, dead on top of the bed.
So you're saying because you're kind of disgusted by the thought of a dead body.
Yeah,
so
it's a corpse. And it could be bloated and stinky. Ugh.
Ryan doesn't come until Friday.
Yeah, I'd rather deal with whatever's under my bed being alive.
Okay, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Under your bed, dead body, living person. And as far as this poll goes, it was almost exactly 50-50.
Oh, much like the country when we vote.
There was a decimal point difference. Folks preferring a dead body over a living person.
So think about it. If it's a living person under your bed, probably not that big. Because you can get under your bed.
I guess it depends on how big your bed is.
So I don't think you got an offensive lineman under your bed.
Okay, but with all due respect, any normal-sized human. I mean,
Yeah,
hell,
you couldn't fit under my bed.
Oh, really?
No.
You want to test that out?
You couldn't because we got one of them adjustable beds. You couldn't get underneath there because all the stuff that's underneath.
No, you got stuff under your bed.
Yeah.
I couldn't pull that stuff out and hide under your bed.
Well, I'd see it out. You wouldn't be hiding very
You'd
well.
be like, what's that? And you look under it. Gosh, stab you right in the eye. All right, so Kimmy, for you, safety is your main issue.
I think it's just more, survival mode. Like if that person's living, I don't know what my odds are. So I'm going dead body.
Okay, I get that logic, but are you sure that when it comes to safety, the living person would be the most dangerous? Because you would have to ask yourself.
You got to ask yourself.
Oh, you got a kettle on it.
Yeah.
How the person under your bed ended up dead. And why they ended up dead under your bed.
We don't know if they just died naturally.
Under your bed.
I don't know.
I'm going to crawl underneath there and die. They're not dogs that go off into the wilderness.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't know if somebody put the body there.
Which would also be very scary.
You're right. That would be
could be a murder.
And that person under your bed still got under your bed somehow, whether they got there and died, whether somebody put them there after they killed them. Is that not a more dangerous situation?
Yeah, but you think it through.
I still think I'll figure that out later. At least I'm not dealing with a living person that could hurt me in the moment.
How about when they got to take the body out?
Yeah, I know. It's not ideal.
And then you'd have to go to bed that night, knowing there was a dead body under your bed.
Well, she never cleans underneath there.
Well, yeah, there's a dead body under there. I mean, look, I'm kind of with Tommy on this one.
Yeah.
Because there's no guarantee the alive person under your bed would be dangerous.
Maybe they're scared.
Okay, there could be that. We've seen
Of
those stories
what,
before.
though?
Running. They could be running from someone trying to hurt them.
Maybe they
running to your house. where's the person that's chasing them now?
I mean, if you're under a bed, you're not very intimidating. You're hiding under a bed.
Well, I mean, there aren't many hiding spots. I would think under a bed, whether intimidating or not intimidating, would be one of those spots.
But most intimidating things don't hide.
Think of how terrifying it's going to be, though, like once you confront that person.
Maybe I make a
you
friend.
Don't know.
Maybe he's a drinking buddy.
You don't know what they're there for.
They could be drunk. We've seen those stories before, Kimmy, where people accidentally go
could be
inside
a-
the wrong
yeah,
house.
Yeah.
And they're all left up and they panic and they
could
hide.
be, but,
Yeah.
but you don't know.
Okay, you're right.
But I can
at least-
find out.
At least if the person's dead, I know that I'm not going to be hurt in that moment.
I don't know. What if there's someone in the closet that killed that
Ooh.
person?
Well, we didn't talk about somebody in the closet.
Yeah, I'm gonna
that wasn't
kill
part of
you.
the scenario.
You weren't
Put
thinking.
Put you under the bed, then I'm going to go hide in the closet and wait.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're gonna.
Wait. Now we're just throwing stuff in there.
No,
It's not part of the experiment.
I don't think that's that crazy a thought that somebody killed
I guess,
them, put them under your
then
bed,
if
and
there's
just.
somebody in the closet hiding, I'm
Well,
going to take the person under the bed.
But you wouldn't
being
know that
alive.
until it was too late.
And you go further with the ramifications of the dead person under the bed. My wife's going to want to move.
From the dead person.
Okay.
She's not going to want to be in that
I would
house
probably want to move either way.
Okay, but
anymore.
let's.
I don't want to move.
He's so lazy, you will take either having a living man or dead man under his bed.
Yeah, if I find a dead person in my house, I'm still living there.
I don't know, man. Like,
oh, for God's sake.
In
Let's say
your
he just
bedroom?
died.
but you wouldn't know how this person died.
Heart attack.
Under your bed?
Well, he
You startled
yes.
them.
No, I mean, look, if somebody died under your bed, it's probably under nefarious circumstances.
Yeah.
What if it's like
They're probably waiting for you.
What if it's just some weirdo?
That died like a wino or something?
Wino, some I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that would bother me.
Underwear sniffer got underneath there and took it too far.
He sniffed himself to death off your underwear?
He done sniffed it. He sniffed the wrong part.
How would 252 WCMF 252-9263. A poll over the weekend has taken America by storm, and it now has this room split
Yeah.
down the middle.
Yeah.
It's an almost 50-50 preference. You look under your bed. Would you rather find a dead person or a living person under your bed?
I'm wondering if more women would pick dead person just based on like especially if I'm somebody who lives alone, I'm definitely taking dead person.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But let's go back to this whole idea of what would make you move.
Well, at least you
forward.
brought somebody home.
Kimmy, you said Tommy, you said the dead person would make your wife want to move.
Oh yeah,
immediately.
yeah.
Kimmy, you said that also, the dead person or the living person?
If I could move, I would. If I could move after finding a dead body anywhere in my house, I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree with that. Like, the dead body would be more traumatizing because, like, if you wanted to, after finding someone alive underneath your bed, you could make your home a fortress. You can go buy locks and cameras and lasers and scary dogs, right? And you will make sure that no one outside of who belongs there gets in that house ever again. Like, and on top of that, even if you didn't do it, what are the odds that two people separately break into the same house where you live?
Yeah.
Almost zero. Not knowing where that dead body came from would be 1,000%
Oh yeah.
worse.
Well, you're gonna know how they died eventually.
Maybe.
That may help.
Well, no, I mean,
in
like,
your mind.
look, coroners do a really good job, but they're also investigators.
Yeah.
Sometimes they have a rock-solid idea. Sometimes they just come up with a theory. You guys watch enough Netflix murder
No, but I'm saying-
documentaries
but
to know
I
that.
guess they would know if somebody, if they died at the hands of somebody else. You know.
Or
what
they
I
died
mean?
naturally.
Yeah.
Well, no, because there are people that they think died naturally, and it turns out they were poisoned.
Right.
Okay.
You would never know. Could never know.
Yeah.
It's possible.
But they're out of here now. We scrub the floors and we move on.
It is funny how you pick up like weird things you shouldn't know. Like, for example,
Mhm.
based on the murder documentaries that you guys love and I've caught at some point,
Mhm.
like during an autopsy, if you cut someone open and smell almonds, it means they've been poisoned with arsenic.
Oh. Smells kind of pleasant though.
Well, dead body.
Yeah, I don't know if it covers up that.
Yeah,
smell.
I mean, there's a dead body.
Well, at least you get a little almond whiff.
Which you sound like you're doing the worst ad for Almond Joy of
I
all
love
time.
almonds, so that's not the worst. Like if I walk in and it smells like dead almonds in my house, not that bad.
Dead almonds.
Yeah.
So Dickie Betts is there.
Yes. Well, naturally, all of them are now there because they're all in rock and roll heaven.
What do you think your wife would pick?
Oh, she would. That's a. I'm gonna say probably person under bed over dead body.
So you
Wait,
you think
like
she would want
she's
living
gonna rely
person?
on you to protect her?
Did you just set me up to
I'm
man
asking.
shaming?
No,
Is this
I'm
what you do
simply
now?
asking you a
Is
question.
this what you do now? You man shame?
Like a big old dude pops out from under the bed.
He wouldn't be that big underneath my bed.
Okay.
He'd be my size or less.
All right, but again, even at your size, I mean, with all due respect, you're my boy. I love you.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you're not exactly a fighter. Not in those shoes.
Yeah, I mean,
at
if it was
least.
terrible time Timmy under your bed, he could take you. Am I wrong?
I mean, there has been
Plays a lot of rec sports.
I mean, word on the street is there's a lot of discussion about Rochester celebrity fights, in the streets.
Oh, really?
So, who do you think wins in a fight? Terrible time Timmy, who weighs legitimately 110 pounds, or Tommy Muley?
I'm old.
Timmy's scrappy. I'm taking Scrappy.
I don't know. I've watched Timmy get in like borderline hockey fights.
Yeah.
The kid can't fight. But Tommy.
He actually flaps in the wind when the AC kicks in.
They'd both be really good hiders, so maybe the fight wouldn't even happen.
Yeah, right. They're hiding from each other.
Under the bed?
Next to each other. Don't tell Timmy I'm here. All right, Tommy, as long as you don't tell Tommy I'm here. I think there's one very important thing that you are not considering, that we're all not considering. It kind of touches on something Tommy's been saying, but a little different. If you were to find the person living under your bed, no matter their size, strength, ability to fight, you would have the jump on them because they're under your bed.
Yeah.
They can't really hurt you.
Takes a minute to get out from under a bed.
Exactly. Like
nobody looks cool crawling out from under a bed.
When's the last time you crawled out from under a bed?
Well, if you're cleaning underneath there.
Okay, but I'm always afraid to get fully under the bed.
But they don't even. I mean, they could just like grab you.
Okay, but
I got your ankles.
And then what? But then they have to while holding you, maneuver their way out from under the bed.
They got a taser or something.
They got a taser.
Hey, you brought up somebody in the closet. You're throwing all theories out there. I can't have a taser under my bed.
Let's leave Tommy's lifestyle out of this. Look, you could sprint out of your bed or sprint out of your house before they're even on their feet.
Yeah.
Right? And like we said, Kimmy, with the closet person, if you find the dead person, whomever put them there could be lurking in all kinds of places in your home, and you would have no idea where they were.
But I don't know if that. Let's say that person gets arrested. Maybe they do some jail time. I don't know if they're coming back.
Okay.
I would just be way more disturbed if there was a corpse under my bed, because that doesn't make any sense to me. Like somebody crawling under your bed, I could wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
How a dead person got stuffed under my bed while I was out is baffling.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. The most logical
I can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, the most logical explanation, even if it's a scarier explanation, is the one that's easier to
How to
deal
get there.
with.
Well, you may also start to question your other people that live in your house.
Ooh.
Well, yeah,
which could cause some problems.
No, I mean, if you found a dead body under your bed, you would think your spouse put them there.
Spouse or kid.
Yeah.
Who else? Oh, kid. I even think
We
about
have
kid.
older kids. I don't know.
I got me an evil kid and a dead body underneath my bed.
Can we do a quick sidebar?
What was it?
My sister was over at the house over the weekend. My whole family was.
Yeah.
And, the new thing is like everyone's got their own metal water bottles. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So my sister, she's got 3 kids and a stepdaughter. And she's smelling her water bottle. She goes, that smells like bleach. And she shows her husband. He goes, yeah, it's got a little bit of a smell, right? And
Does somebody clean it?
Yeah, I don't know. My sister-in-law goes, oh, my God, I just saw a documentary where the daughter murdered her mom. That was the first thing that fell out of her mouth. And I'm like these murder documentaries have warped us all. Now she's got my, 10-year-old niece trying to murder her mother via poison.
I will say, if you watch enough of these, you've seen every scenario of murder.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be your first thought with a 10-year-old girl. She's
What's
trying to
my kid capable of?
murder her mother via poisoning. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Tommy Muley made some picks on Friday.
Oh, yeah. I was laughed at, scorned.
Thank God.
Fool, I was called.
I never called you a fool.
Damn fool.
I never called you a fool. We have all the audio.
Creep,
We're going to play it back.
Lush.
Look, why don't we ignore the laws of this great country? If that game was 58 minutes long, Tommy'd be sitting here with his pockets turned inside out and his dong hanging out of his pants.
Well, why is my penis out?
Trying to make money.
All right.
In the worst way possible. We will get into the picks Tommy made.
Oh, boy.
It is a Muley post-game excuse Monday. We do it next here in the break room on CMF.
Shakir in motion right to left. Here's the snap. Blitz coming. Allen has to throw it. Wide open. It's Samuel scampering to the end zone, and he's in for the touchdown. Well, welcome to the end zone, Curtis Samuel. A 12-yard touchdown reception. His first as a Buffalo Bill.
Let it wash down upon you.
Amazing.
All right, can I just say real quick?
Go ahead.
Because we just played. That's Curtis Samuel's first ever touchdown catch for the Bills.
Oh, yeah.
It happens in Week 11.
Big game for him.
Yes, it was. It was, where were you for the Curtis Samuel game? Because he is a sneaky candidate for offensive MVP yesterday. Normally, when somebody sneezes on him, he falls down.
Oh.
And yesterday, Kimmy, he was getting yards after the catch all over. It's like, who is this man? And where did
Nice
Curtis
to
Samuel
see.
go?
Wow.
It was great. Your Buffalo Bills with a 30-21 win in Orchard Park yesterday. The Bills are now within a game of that first overall seed. Also, Jets lost again yesterday.
They did?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
They were in control the whole second half, and they blew it. I hate loving it, but I love hating it. All right, but as much as the Bills win is great, someone else
Even greater.
What?
The greatest.
You think you were better than what the Bills did yesterday?
That was pretty close.
Okay.
Since I was calling it.
Well, look, I mean, so you nailed everything all the way through, you think?
Gotta be.
Yeah? Well, let's find out.
But I
Because,
missed.
well, Tommy made his picks on Friday, but today's Monday.
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Mule Excuse Post-Game Monday in the break room on WCMF.
Let's get to Tommy's first pick on Friday here in the break room on CMF. Over under 1/2 a touchdown for Khalil Shakir.
I'm gonna take the over. Because he has to step up. He's got to be a leader.
And if you're gonna bet what Tommy is betting, you should take solace in the fact that he absolutely thought Khalil Shakir was Keon Coleman when we started this
I
discussion.
wasn't sure with all these crazy names. Khalil, Coco, this guy over
Khalil.
there.
Khalil.
Kyle.
Khalil DiCaprio.
Kincaid.
Kyle's the most boring name of all time. And who's Kyle? Do we even have a Kyle?
I think we got a Kyle.
There's no Kyle.
Kyle Jones.
I don't think they have
Kyle Jones.
There's
Yeah.
no Kyle Jones.
Yeah, he's in a practice squad. Check him out. Good kid.
So to be clear, as Kimmy looks up our Kyles, you are over 1/2 a touchdown for Khalil Shakir.
Guy's got to get it done. Got to feed that dog, son.
All right, before we get into the actual pick,
Yeah.
Kimmy, if you didn't hear on Friday, did look through the entire Bills roster. And among 60-some-odd men with the active and practice squad, there is not a single Kyle on the Bills roster.
No Kyles to report.
You would think that would be like a NFL rule. You have to carry one Kyle.
Yeah, they do not have that.
Wow.
Like not even one Kyle, let alone multiple Kyles, which would be a Kyle pile.
Oh, your fantasy.
But back to the
let's get back to business.
The matter at hand. Khalil Shakir was your Buffalo Bills leading receiver last night. 8 catches for 70 yards,
Big game.
including what might have been the catch of the game on 3rd and 9.
I don't know how he doesn't break in half sometimes.
His spleen must have
amazing.
exploded. Okay. But that's not what we care about, Tommy.
What do we care about?
We're here for touchdowns, which he did not get.
But he should have.
Josh threw 1 touchdown pass. You heard it from Curtis Samuel. Should have. What are you talking about? He should have.
They
I
should
mean,
have
he does
used him.
deserve one.
They should have got him in the end zone.
Why?
They didn't utilize him correctly.
They were focused on stopping him, and he still had 8 catches for 70 yards. That's amazing.
Right. So
Two
more.
more.
Let's keep going, fellas.
Shh-da-dur.
So I got hosed on that one.
No, you missed it.
Hosed.
You genuinely missed it. By the way, if you had money on Curtis Samuel for an anytime touchdown last night, you made some coin.
Congratulations.
Seriously. But that doesn't matter again.
Right.
You are 0 for 1, Mr. Everything went right. Oh, greatest run in history. Let's get to our second pick from Tommy here on CMF. Over under 40 yards rushing for Josh Allen.
He's going to get 40 yards easy.
He didn't get it in the last regular season game.
He's going to get it. I feel
Against the
good.
Chiefs. Why?
Because you need it.
You think he's going to be scrambling for those yards?
I
Yeah.
mean, he could run one in for a touchdown. Ooh.
Yeah.
Right?
That's not the answer
Sure,
to
but
Kimmy's
that's-
question.
yeah.
I mean, I could see him seeing an opening where, and he just goes for it.
So you're saying it wouldn't be a designed run. It would be him just taking
Yeah.
off running. Okay.
And you know he
Master
loves to
Thomas.
do that stuff. And you don't think he wants to do that on national television? Chuck that ball into the end zone?
Chuck. All right, so to be clear,
No, like
you are
after he
over
wins.
40 yards rushing. For
His
Josh Allen.
his clipper's going to be moving, bro. He's going to be the Yankee Clipper with good wheels.
How about them gams?
How about that?
The Yankee
How about that
Clipper
Yankee
with
Clipper?
good wheels.
Josh Allen, 12 carries, a touchdown,
Mhm.
and 55 yards
Ooh.
rushing. And what put you over the top
By the
was
skin of my pubes.
that
It works.
What put you over the top was that earthquake-inducing scamper that wins the Bills a game last night.
4th and 2. Here's some late motion. Fakes the throw. Allen going to step up in the pocket. Now he's going to take it and run, and he's got the first down and more. 10, 5, and muscles his way into the end zone for an unbelievable 26-yard touchdown run. Are you kidding me? He's a beast with a capital B, and he would not be denied.
If he doesn't run that touchdown in, you lose.
Oh, yeah.
The skin
But
of
I knew it. I
your
felt it.
My balls and your balls.
And I said he's going to be the star of this game when he does this.
Oh, you picked Josh Allen to be the star of the game? Wow, way to go out on a limb.
With that move?
What?
That's the play of the day.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I calls it.
By the way, that was the first rushing touchdown Josh has scored against the Chiefs. Did they say that last night?
Oh, I didn't. That can't be right.
That's what I thought too, but I saw that stat last night. He must have scored a rushing touchdown against the Chiefs before.
Just based on how high scoring the games have been between them and the Chiefs.
I'm trying to think of one where he ran one in, and I can't.
Can I get my ding? When you're done.
You weren't even listening to your own ding.
Running your goddamn mouth.
Gave me the ding. I'm sorry, we're trying to talk
No,
football
you talked all
here.
over my ding.
Oh, they talk on your
well,
ding.
these dings are tough to get.
Oh, yeah, because you suck so hard and so long. Also,
what?
Josh with his 12 carries, 55 yards, and a touchdown. He was the Bills' leading rusher last night as well as the leading passer.
Well, they couldn't run the ball.
The Chiefs went all out to stop the Bills' running backs, which is an interesting strategy when you have Josh freaking Allen lined up. Yeah. And by the way, even with James Cook having the worst rushing day of his season so far, still scored twice.
Yeah.
I don't understand, though, when I'm watching this game.
Yeah.
On every first down with the Bills, they run the ball and they get stuffed.
Yeah.
Why do they do that?
Keeping them honest. Because they set up balls.
How about you just throw the goddamn ball if this run ain't working?
Okay.
It looks like it was like the same play every time. And they get stuffed at the line.
This is football 101, man.
Well, football 101 blows, but
if you pass every down, then they know you're passing. And then you can set up the pass on the play action. Do you know what that is?
But you did it every first down.
They won.
Who you fooling?
They won by 2 scores,
I
so
understand.
it worked. So
don't get too comfortable.
Okay. By the way, real quick before we get to the next pick, I'm sorry. I know we're going on and on about Josh, but I'm gushing. I'm wearing his jersey.
Well, come on. That was a hell of a game.
Josh absolutely set them up for that run with his slides after 3-yard rushes all game long.
So
Did
he
you guys
was.
notice
So
that?
it was a hustle.
Yes, I mean he was hustling them all game, because he had space and he was sliding early,
going down,
sliding early, and then all of a sudden he turned it on after he got the first down, and that was ball game, baby. Checkmate. Josh Allen is so smart and handsome. Tommy does it like it is. You are sitting 1-2, but you're feeling pretty good. Let's see how this keeps rolling with his third pick from Friday on CMF. Over under 1.5 interceptions for Patrick Mahomes.
So he's got to get a deuce. Picked off twice.
He would have to throw 2 picks for this to hit on an over.
Of course they are, man.
Wow. That's a bold.
Come on. Didn't you see what that team did last
night?
Against Joe Flacco.
Oh, I was told Joe Flacco. Very protective on the ball. Wild and veteran.
Yeah.
I say he gets picked off. I'm going to take the over.
So 2.
2.
No, because you said he gets picked off, and you can try and fight it if he throws 1.
No, he's going to get picked off twice.
Okay, great.
By the way, he's holding up 4 picks.
He's such an idiot.
maybe 4. I don't know.
His hand does not work.
Could be Pick City.
Picked off
Pick City. Oh my God.
We could be looking at Pick City.
Going Pick City. That first drive. What a way to start a game against the Chiefs.
Mahomes in the shotgun takes the snap. Back to pass. Pocket collapsing. Steps up in the pocket and throws. It's intercepted by Taylor Rapp right at midfield. Daquan Jones got the pressure, and there's a ruckus after the play. There's a fight along the Bills sideline as 2 players go to the turf.
Taylor Rapp in his puffy helmet are making a sneaky play for Bills MVP of the season so far. He is winning you games all over the place. Fun fact, the Bills are 6-0 since Taylor Rapp put on his puffy helmet.
Damn.
There you go. But here's the thing.
The magic hat.
It was a magic hat. So there's your first interception. This one bothers me, and it bothers me for multiple reasons. Well, this would be what sealed the game last night.
Back to pass. Has time. Rolls to his right to buy more. Heaves it down the field, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Terrell Bernard. Game, set, match.
All right,
what's the matter?
Here's the problem. So first of all, you got your 2 interceptions. Congratulations. Everyone was nice and quiet so you could hear your
Well, thank
ding.
you. See, when you
Quiet,
play nice,
ding-ass bitch.
Jesus will be nice to you.
That was a 4th and 13.
Yeah.
Meaning that if Terrell Bernard would have simply knocked the ball down, the drive is over,
Yeah.
and the Bills have better field position.
Well,
and
it was pretty sweet catch, though.
Yes, it was pretty sweet catch. Yes,
pretty
it was.
impressive.
Or how do you dial that back in a
Yeah,
moment?
it would be hard.
They're
because
trained
you
for
also
that.
run the risk, though, of like accidentally tipping it up or you know what I mean?
Knock it down.
Yeah.
Everybody around
I'm
me
okay with the catch.
Everybody around me is going nuts, and I'm yelling only because of you. Should have knocked it down. Should have knocked it. You didn't have to do that.
But thank you.
Shut up. That I would like to put that pick under protest because it was a bad football play by Terrell Bernard.
What does it mean?
Bad,
anything?
heady football play.
Don't be.
No,
bitter. Don't be Bobby bitter today.
But are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Just saying. I know football. You don't.
Yeah.
Why don't you throw
Well,
the
you
ball
wouldn't have
every
made
play?
the ballsy picks that I made.
Let's get to our 4th pick from
Oh
Tommy.
yeah, let's get to that one.
On Friday here on CMF.
Do they win?
Do the Bills win?
Do.
And if so, is it more than 3? And that's all I need an answer for. I don't need anything.
Well, I
Might
think
smack you with that hockey stick.
I think the Bills are going to win.
Uh-huh.
But you're asking me like do they cover the points? Yes.
Okay.
I think they cover the points.
So that's it then?
Okay.
I think what
You
you're
know,
gonna
you could just stop. You don't have to keep going.
No, I think I would, but beyond that, I don't think we're looking at a blowout.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I think we're looking at a mini blowout. Ooh.
No, this isn't a thing. We're not going to do this.
I think they win.
What the hell is a mini blowout?
They win by a touchdown. They win by 7
That's not a blowout.
No, that's what I said. It's a mini
You
blowout.
could just say they win and cover.
What's
then.
a mini blowout?
They win by a touchdown. Well, they did.
Mini blowout.
Mini blowout.
Okay, shut up.
Something new. We're floating out there.
You're
like it.
you're just making something
Wait,
up.
you don't like anything I do.
I don't like it for you. This isn't a good thing for you.
Let him go.
She says that every week.
I'm trying to help.
And she's always right. It's never good for you. When has it ever been good for you?
See how I brought you two back together?
Oh, it turns out
You just got played, man.
I asked why were there only one set of footprints in the sand, and it turns out it's because we were both punching Tommy off of the beach. So we have a dilemma here.
No, we don't.
Oh, we
Because you're
do.
going to try to wiggle out of this.
Oh no, there's no
Ain't
wiggling
no
at all.
dilemma.
You clearly said the
Mini
Bills
blowout.
By 7.
No, yes, by 7. You didn't say
They
by
won by 9.
You didn't
which
say
means-
no.
Yeah.
I didn't call my shot
No,
there.
You didn't say full on blowout. You said mini blur.
But that's what this was, a mini blowout.
Kimmy,
it was
do you-
under 10 points.
Do you see the problem here?
No. There
Here's-
isn't. Watch him try to wiggle out of
No,
this.
here's the problem. It's
you made it a little confusing, so
No,
we
I
have
didn't.
to break this down.
You said, and it clearly stated
A
twice.
mini blowout.
Twice. They would win by 7.
By 7.
Not
A touchdown.
7 or more. They would win by a touchdown. They won by 9.
Okay. This is what you're going to try to pull now?
I'm trying to figure out.
This is
You
what
said
you-
it. These
this
were
is-
your words.
talk
This is
you
the
out
kind
of this.
This is the kind of show you want to run?
Gimme, you
Huh?
want
There's
criminal
a
organization?
reason I was saying don't call your shot. Just say they win and cover.
So
and
you
then
guys are
would
going
have
to try to
been good.
jip me out of this.
I'm not
bit.
trying to do
This
anything.
is such
I'm
a
asking a question.
Listen, you're gonna
King
get
and
your
queen.
ding.
Wait,
No.
wait. No,
You
no,
are
no, no,
king
no.
and queen jip.
Oh,
No,
I'm sorry.
I just gave you ding and you weren't listening.
But you're jipping me, and
no,
you're,
I gave you your ding.
you're dinging and chipping at the same time.
Well, I'm
Dinging and a
saying-
jipping, jipping and a dinging.
I'm saying you made it very confusing
No,
with
I
this
didn't.
mini blur out thing you're doing, which isn't a real thing.
By the way, why did we give him his ding? I think we should leave it up to the
No,
audience.
I've already been dinged. You
No,
can't
No,
take it
so-
back.
well, if we leave it up
No
to everybody,
dingbacks.
they're gonna be domination.
No,
I
Tommy,
love Tommy.
he's pathetic, but we'll vote for him anyway. No, you have to say or more. It's not like I can go to FanDuel.
Or more.
Yeah, yes, 7 or more, or
No,
7.
by a touchdown.
No, because if they would have won by exactly 7, you'd have been walking around here with your balls out. Master,
I'm not that kind of guy.
doing an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression for some reason. Okay,
So what's my final total?
we're not done yet, stupid.
I know
You're so bored with you talking, you forgot
Oh,
you got
I
one
forgot.
more
I
pick.
forgot. The bonus-a-roo.
Let's get to Tommy's bonus pick from Friday here on CMF.
Not so fast, buddy. I predict this game's going to be, of course, wild. Going to be a wild game, man. A lot of celebs, a lot of heat in the building.
Mm-hmm.
I do predict that Josh Allen will get 1 rushing touchdown.
That's not a bonus pick. That's
Yes,
like
it is.
the easiest pick of all time.
It wasn't-
is? You try it.
Okay, Josh Allen will get a rushing
No,
touchdown.
you try doing it.
I just did it.
But I will say this, too.
What?
If they lose this game,
Mhm.
I don't think they make the playoffs. I think Pittsburgh takes that spot.
Okay. The Bills are 8-2.
Yep.
You think that the Bills, worst case scenario at 8-3 with a 4-game lead going into the bye, will not make the playoffs?
I think if you don't win this game, I think Pittsburgh's going to take your spot.
It's the lamest.
Okay, well that didn't happen. So
Yeah, it's the lamest bonus pick of all time. You
Oh,
picked
the one
but
that
you
gets-
did get the Josh
No, but-
Rue pick.
And by the way, an epic touchdown.
What?
Yeah, all
Show stopping.
touchdowns.
It elevated his status in the NFL.
You can't elevate his status any higher without a Super Bowl win.
Well, this is getting closer.
I
and
love how
closer.
you said elevated his status. He and Mahomes have literally were the story every single day on every single channel. We have the TV on right now. They have been showing highlights of this game on national
But
television.
they keep showing one highlight in particular.
What's that, or Tommy?
Josh.
Oh, I got Josh on the
Break
mic.
room Josh?
I got don't. No, I'm disappointed in your bonus pick.
Oh, are you really disappointed?
Why don't you pick
we were also disappointed at the time too.
Yeah, but then I called it.
Why don't you pick the Bills to wear pants when they come off of the bye? How about that?
Well, then you wouldn't watch.
4-1 on your lame ass,
Thank you.
weak ass bonus
Ride
pick.
high.
Even though Kimmy went soft on you, I get disqualified for where they whining in the worst ways ever, and you're all on board with that. But
Don't come for me. I gave him a stupid mini blowout.
You two are such whiners, man.
Bro,
I
learned
told
it.
you not to complicate
You're
things,
chintzy,
and you did it to
jipping
yourself.
whiners.
The Chintzy Chip and Whiners sounds like a band at Three Heads this weekend. Like Jeff at the doors taking tickets for the Chintzy Chip and
Whiners.
All right, 4-1 week. Congratulations.
Oh, boy.
You giant piece of crap. We have our good buddy from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham. He was at the game yesterday. He is ready
Gotta
to roll
be riding
for us.
high this morning.
Let's hope he doesn't get so excited he curses again.
Yes.
Kimmy, let's make sure we have that dumb
All
button
right.
up and ready to go. From 13 Wham, Buffalo Plus, Dan Fates joins us just after 9. And the true-false question right out of the gate.
What's that?
True or false, the Bills will be the number 1 overall seed in the AFC come January.
Damn.
Because I think so.
Okay.
But he might know more.
Oh.
Might.
Hmm.
And then maybe not more than you, considering how you're now calling yourself Break Room Josh.
Well, you kind of called me
Did
that.
not call you
You
that.
called me Josh.
I got Josh on the brain, baby. Josh on the brain.
Don't we all today?
No matter how these allegations went down, I mean, look, we talk a lot about stupid crimes that happen here locally.
Mm.
I can't think of one that we've ever covered that would be worse than this. Because both of these crimes are easy to spot out on the road. But when you do them together, next here in the break room on CMF. Both of these allegations have become somewhat common.
Okay.
Both of these allegations are bad.
Yeah.
But you never see both of these allegations at the same time.
Oh, like a combo plate.
Yeah, and there's a reason.
Mm.
They will get you caught very easily just alone, on their own, right?
Okay.
One of them severely hampers the ability to do and get away with the other one. So if the allegations here are true, these might be the stupidest criminals we've ever seen, maybe in Rochester history.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. This story comes to us from Henrietta.
Oh, nice area.
Around 1 in the afternoon last Wednesday, authorities were called to a crash on Clay Road, and things were about to get interesting.
What happened?
First off, when they got there, the two folks involved in the accident were running from the scene. They were in the same car.
All right, so now they're on foot.
You got it. Authorities ended up capturing both of them. And police say the driver of the car, the 37-year-old woman, was drunk.
All right.
So it's a drunk driving accident, according to police.
A drunk runner.
Now, by the way, the 38-year-old male was also arrested because police say he was in possession of stolen property.
Oh.
And let's keep in mind,
All right.
this is 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay. But we haven't even gotten to the craziest part.
What happened?
Authorities say the car that this woman and man that was possessing stolen property, that was in an accident that she was driving while drunk at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday,
Was
stolen.
So, stolen car.
Yep.
And then this guy had stolen stuff on him.
That's what they say, yes.
And then she was drinking.
And
I'm guessing he was drinking too.
Yes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the driver was arrested after they stole or had crashed a stolen car drunk.
Mm.
The pair were charged with a bunch of stuff, court dates, etc.
Yeah, it's a full day.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
It is unclear when the car was stolen if the allegations are true.
Mm.
Which brings us to the most important part of this story.
What's that?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. They didn't get drunk and steal a car, did they?
I was thinking no, they
stole it and then got drunk?
Yeah.
Okay.
To celebrate the stolen car, let's have a few.
Yeah.
Okay.
To celebrate our big score, let's have a couple of pops.
Okay. Now
that's the way I would do it.
But you still driving a
Oh yeah. No, they could have stolen it drunk, which is kind of impressive.
Okay, but like this is very important.
Yeah.
This is very important because if this was a case of stealing the car drunk, did you steal the car because you were drunk?
Yeah,
and
was that just a drunk idea you had?
Yeah, like the alcohol dulled how bad that idea this was.
Bad decision.
Or were you planning on stealing the car and you needed the alcohol to go through with it because you were nervous?
Okay, all right.
Both of those things, if the allegations are true, are possible. Did the booze lead to the car theft or vice versa? Because here's the thing, Tom.
Yeah.
Even if they didn't steal the car while drunk, it's still the stupidest crime of all time.
Oh, yeah, these people make a lot of bad decisions all at once and before 5 in the afternoon.
Yeah, before 3.
Yeah.
Kids were still in school. Like, you were driving a stolen car while drunk in the middle of the day in one of the busiest places in the greater Rochester area, according to police. One swerve, one failure to signal would lead you to being pulled over, which means, A, the cops find out the car is stolen, and B, you are now in a police chase in a stolen car while drunk. Where is the win?
Yeah, there really isn't one there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I get it's easy to say, like, these people are criminals.
And then you took off running.
Well, I get that.
But you're also wasted.
At that point,
Yeah.
there's no worse an idea other than, like, taking a hostage. Like, short of taking a hostage, anything you do after the car accident, I'm running for my life, too.
I've only ran drunk one time in my life on a bar bet.
Why?
Wait, like just full on sprinted somewhere?
We were with a mutual buddy of ours, and he bet me he could outrun me back to the hotel. And we were both pretty drunk, and we were in Montreal, and we started running through the streets of Montreal drunk back to the hotel.
Because why not, right?
And what were you, like 20?
We were under 60.
Were you in your 40s when you did this?
Probably 40. I was divorced. So I was gonna say it was probably 47.
So who won?
Well, he cheated.
Well, how did he cheat?
Because he started screaming, "Hey, that guy just stole my wallet."
Did he really say that?
Yes. So then I had to start walking. I didn't think he was that smart.
And you got outsmarted. So as a man in his late 40s,
Yes.
you were drunkenly sprinting through the streets of Montreal
Back
on
to the hotel.
bar bed.
Yeah.
The man screamed, "That guy stole my wallet." You then lost because of it. And you have the nerve to call these people idiots?
And it cost me $100.
You,
Well, that was the bet.
you're
Like
an
you
idiot.
were that confident in yourself?
We know
Well,
this
no,
guy.
the other guy, yeah, I would
This
assume.
other
All
guy
right.
was like extremely
Okay.
diabetic.
Fair enough.
Extremely diabetic, which is one of the worst ABC reality shows.
Yeah, it only lasted one season.
Oh my god.
I don't know what's worse.
I know.
If that guy would have beaten you in the race, or the fact that he outsmarted you. But going back to the story, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, this story happened last week, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. A car accident on Clay Road in Henrietta led to the two of the people that were involved in the accident getting out of the car and sprinting. The 37-year-old woman who was driving one of the cars was grabbed. Police say she was drunk when they found her. The 38-year-old male was arrested because they say he was in possession of stolen property. They were in the same car together. Again, keep in mind this is 1 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But after everything was run and the police did an investigation, they also discovered the car was stolen. So at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Henrietta, you had two people that police say had stolen merchandise in a stolen car, and the driver was drunk in the middle of the day. What could you have been doing? Where you were drinking and stealing
Yeah.
at the same time? Because I would also think, I mean, we've heard stories about people stealing to feed addiction.
Yeah.
We've heard stories about people that are part of like these multi-state thievery rings.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But I would think you would need to be as sharp as possible to get in and out of these places to steal.
Yeah.
And I would also make the assumption, and maybe I'm wrong if the allegations are true here, that they're in Henrietta looking to steal some stuff.
Okay.
It's like the shoplifting capital
Well,
of
yeah,
Rochester.
there's a lot of stuff going on around there.
Exactly.
But it could have just been like a crime of opportunity. Like
Yeah,
it just
but-
stumbled across.
But what were you doing, to Pat's question? Like, were you out drinking somewhere? Because how did you get there in the first place, right? Did you drive there and you left your car behind?
Maybe it
Steal
happened
another
that
car?
way.
Well, let's say they had stolen the car a couple of days earlier.
Yeah.
Let's just say they're tooling
Okay.
around in a stolen car.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is, I would understand in Henrietta how someone could be arrested for a DWI with all of those bar restaurants on
Sure.
Jefferson Road, right?
Mhm.
Okay, fine. Lunch got away from you, and you made a terrible, terrible
A
mistake.
lot of traffic. A lot of potential. Well, I'm saying, like, it's not an easy getaway place.
But maybe the thought is, I can blend in with these other cars.
Okay.
But were you like trying to shoplift from stores and took like a lunch break?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
A
you
little
know.
happy hour.
Like, you know how you'd go like Christmas shopping because Black Friday's coming
Yeah.
up. People are
Yeah.
going to go out, and it's like, oh, we got up early. Let's go get some lunch
Mhm.
at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to know, what those stolen items were, where they came from.
Because, like, I would think just walking into a store drunk
Yeah.
would already make you suspicious.
But some people can hold their liquor. Like you wouldn't know they're drunk.
You mean like the woman who got into a car accident while drinking, according to police, in a
Yeah.
stolen car?
Probably
Thinking
not
maybe a
her.
little
Okay.
obvious.
Okay. And here's the thing, man.
What's
With,
that?
with everything we've talked about,
Mm.
there's a lot going on, a lot wrong.
Yeah.
But the worst part of this story, if the allegations are true,
What's that?
these folks are in their late 30s.
Yeah.
Like, if these are two.
And they did this together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, if these two are 17-year-olds, it's still a terrible,
Yeah.
scary story. But there is the folly of youth as an excuse.
Mhm.
It's possible at that age you don't fully comprehend the danger that you are putting everyone around you in. How this could change your life and the lives of everyone else.
Yeah.
But you don't really have that excuse at 37 and 38. You knew exactly what you were doing if the allegations were true.
Yeah.
You knew how poorly this could go, and you knew how exposed your ass was when you went out and
Yeah.
did this stuff.
But you could be just really down and out. Dumb. Nothing going on.
Oh, you think the people that were drunk driving a stolen car with stolen property
Pretty
inside
down
in
and out.
Henrietta at
Yeah.
1 o'clock were down and out? You think maybe that was the case?
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing they're not solid 37-year-olds.
They weren't trying to get to the airport to hop on their private
No.
jet to get to their yacht to the
No.
Cayman Islands, you don't think,
No.
maybe?
I always wonder when it's two people, like, who was one more of an influence on the other?
Oh, it's the
or was
dude.
this or was this something you went in on together, knowing fully like this is where it was gonna go?
So you make the argument it's the guy who influenced her.
And when I see couple, I blame the dude first.
Why?
Because that's the way it always goes. It's Bonnie and Clyde, and it stayed that way.
No, but I mean, if
Except for
we're,
Adam and Eve. But other than that,
other than like the bigger one, I don't know, man.
he
Like,
talked her into driving. He snagged some stuff, and he could have been in worse shape than she was, so he talked her into driving.
oh,
You don't think the shoplifting part though may come from her?
What, you assume that women are more likely to shoplift than men?
I knew a lot that did.
But as a couple?
No, not as a couple. I'm saying like I wouldn't count a woman out when it comes to like being a thief.
Oh, I'm not saying that, but when I see a couple crime, I usually blame the dude.
I don't know, man. Like, we've talked about this on the show before. Phone number is 252-WCMF. If we're going to talk about who's easier to influence, I would argue that a woman has a way easier.
Because of the poontang.
But that's, yes. Like, I mean.
But I don't know how tangy her poontang is, bro.
God's sakes, man.
What? I'm just saying, I don't know how tangy it is.
Stop that. The astronauts went to the moon on that, and you're ruining NASA. You've ruined NASA.
Those boys are having a good time up there.
No, I mean, I would make the argument that it is far easier for a woman to manipulate a man than it is a man to manipulate a woman.
Yes, with her sexual prowess.
Or no, just the promise of attention. It's that simple sometimes.
But I usually, when I see a woman in trouble, I say there's a man behind it.
Yes, because you have this idea that you think that's progressive, that women are easily fooled. And you
no,
think
they're not
that's
easily fooled. It's just that men control everything, and they have no choice
Don't you
but to
think, though, if they
participate.
were both drunk, she could definitely talk him into things easier?
Of course, without question. Says man who spent money he didn't have, went to places he shouldn't go, got run over by cars that should have killed him. You know what I think? I think that she was probably easily manipulated.
I'm just trying to stick up for women.
No, you're not.
I am.
You're not. Oh, it's the patriarchy holding these women down. That's why they're allegedly.
The system, man.
That's why they're allegedly drunk driving at 1 PM in a stolen car with stolen merchandise on it.
I will say, women coming up, you're starting to do more man stuff.
Wow, what's man stuff?
I'm amazed at with some of the sketchy women in your past, like you weren't robbed by them.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean every woman he knew until he met his wife? Kim, you should have met some of these chicks. One had a peg
That's
leg.
what I mean. Like, how did you?
Oh, Peggy?
How are you not broke?
I am broke.
Maybe that's why.
Something to ponder as we go to commercial here. It is the season. And I get that, like, Kimmy, when the holidays are right around the corner, there is this rush to start.
Of excitement.
Yeah.
I got to get ready for it.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, everybody wants to be a part of stuff like this.
Ready to jump into Christmas mode.
But here's the thing. Like, this event existing, period, in this place doesn't make a lot of sense.
Oh.
But here's the thing, man. This weekend was just the first weekend of every town all up until Christmas.
Yeah.
Having like 4 or 5 of these. Like, if you wanted to, you could go to 4 of these every weekend somewhere in the greater Rochester area.
But do you want to?
Well, that's just it. People must because they keep having them. But, Kimmy, I don't get what you're looking for here.
No idea.
We'll tell you what we're talking about.
Right.
We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. These are not a necessity.
Oh.
In fact, you can make the argument based on how many stores offer stuff like this, you don't need them at all.
Oh.
And look, local folks making money, having a talent, that's all well and good, right? When I hear crap on them. It's just hard to believe that we need as many of these as we have in the greater Rochester area. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. In about 30 minutes, we get back into this wonderful Bills win against the Chiefs yesterday. Dan Fates from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham. He was there yesterday. He will be in the room with us. Well, on the phone with us. We can't ever get Dan in the room. No, He's far too busy.
Very busy.
Far too busy. But the question on everyone's mind after that win, the Bills now a game back of the top seed in the AFC. True or false, are the Bills the number 1 overall seed in the AFC come January? It's the only thing this team has not accomplished with Josh Allen and Sean McDermott. And we'll get to it. Well, and then the Super Bowl thing.
Yeah.
We'll get to it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Did you guys make it to the Christmas in the Country Artisan Market this weekend?
Where the hell is that?
It was at the Dome Arena.
Oh.
So they must have moved some of them pickleball nets. All kinds of Christmas-themed tchotchkes from more than 125 different artisans.
All the vendors are there,
Kinda
huh?
like a Christmas craft show.
Yeah, you got it. Everything from gourmet foods to wines, crafts can be brought up, jewelry,
snow globes,
art, all that stuff.
Really to get you in the holiday mood.
Bingo. And I saw pictures of it. It looked really nice. And it's not like there isn't a market for this stuff. But can I ask a potentially stupid question?
What's that?
Why do we need so many Christmas markets in the greater Rochester area?
Because women demand it.
Is that true? 252-WCMF, 252-9263?
Who else is going to this?
Well, I do know people that the second Halloween ends, it is now Christmas season.
That's fair.
Like, we have neighbors with lights up already. So I feel like people that live in the early Christmas households, like, they are all into this, like, right now. Like, this is, like, prime time.
Like Wegmans, you can't walk into the store anymore.
But that's different. Like, Wegmans is a standing business.
Yeah.
These are organized craft shows with local artisans that are selling things
But
that
I think
they
they're
make.
getting ahead. They're getting all those early Christmas people in that are just
Well, you still
ready
got
for
some
the
bank
holidays
left.
to begin.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I get that for this weekend. What I'm trying to wrap my head around is
What's that?
every weekend until Christmas, there are going to be 5 different places.
Plenty of opportunities.
Yep, just like this, a little smaller.
Yeah.
Offering the same exact thing. Churches, community centers, farms that also sell Christmas trees will set these things up. And let's not discount places like the Rock Holiday Village and other towns and villages that have like day of celebrations that will have crafts and vendors there. It is just wall-to-wall local artisan Christmas markets. And what I'm trying to figure out, who are they for?
Women.
Sorry, I understand that women...
55 plus women.
So is this something that older women do to pass the time?
Bro, go down there. It's Granny Fest.
I don't want to go down there.
It's Granny and Great Granny Fest.
Okay.
It's like Mackenzie Child.
So for those who don't know, if you want to explain Mackenzie
It's
Child.
high-end kitchenware that women go crazy for.
It's got those checkerboard patterns.
Yeah. It's the same broad. It's the same broad that goes to all this stuff.
So if you were to draw me, give me a profile, if you were an investigator, what does the person look like walking into one of these?
She is a 55-plus woman.
Okay.
She is dowdy.
Okay.
But got a little bit of bank.
Okay.
And loves to talk. You got a bunch of talkers.
Well, and also probably part of it is they're getting a deal.
Oh yeah.
Are you though? Because I've been to some of these by accident, and
they're not cheap.
No.
But I wonder if is this something I guess you could haggle maybe a little bit?
You're gonna
with the
haggle with an
person?
artist over the
I
thing
bet
they
you
made
people
with their
do.
bare hands?
I bet you people do.
They do.
Oh, that's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know how women are they love to get a deal.
Okay, yeah, not like guys who will tell you, "Yeah, it's my new car, haggle them down."
But guys only haggle big things.
Nah.
Women
that's
will
not
tell you
true.
what they beat
That is not true.
on chins. Why?
Oh, I think guys haggle all the time with.
Well, your
stupid
dad's
stuff.
a haggler.
Yeah.
Raised him a
I
haggler.
thought most dads are hagglers.
Well,
Like
they
any,
think they are.
Any dad at a garage sale is gonna haggle that $10 item.
But dads always get played and they don't know it.
That's fair. That's a fair statement.
I called up the cable. They gave me the HBO for half the price. Oh, the one that they advertise on TV?
252 WCMF. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good, man. What do you got?
The way I keep my wife and my kids at bay for putting up Christmas stuff too early, I just tell them anytime they do anything Christmassy before Thanksgiving, they're killing a baby reindeer.
For God's sakes, John.
And his kids are 40.
Well, funny thing is, right down the street, there was a guy that used to live there. He would process deer. And at one point, my daughter was wearing Christmas pants, and as we went by, he had a bunch of deer out in his front, just sitting in the lawn. And I pointed him out. I was like, "See, Bella, you just killed all those baby reindeer because of your Christmas pants."
Okay, all right, John. You realize the money in therapy she's going to have to spend when she's older.
Just wearing Christmas pants.
I would not be looking forward to the Christmas holidays in your house.
Well, okay, so let's not do what John did, everybody. John, thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. All right, yeah.
Scary John.
Dead deer over there.
Not
your fault.
See them carcass?
By the way, not even.
Yeah.
Why can't you let your kid have the Christmas pants?
Not even what we were talking about.
No.
So going back to the Christmas markets, do the folks that sell at these markets actually make money? Because you do.
Got to.
I think part of it.
Well, they're
especially
hobbies.
on like the craft side of things. I'm guessing it's more of a hobby.
It's got to be.
But
Especially
I mean, there are some small businesses that go and like to your point, like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the craft foods and stuff.
Okay.
I'm guessing those are coming from smaller businesses.
But think about this. I mean, you're putting a lot of time and effort. So you'd be charging for your time, which is a premium.
Yeah.
You also, most of the time, almost all the time, have to pay to open up like a stall at one of these things.
And then you had to sit there.
Yeah.
And that's a whole day you could be doing something else. So there must be money in it for these people. But I guess the weirdest part of this whole Christmas market village thing, again, talking about this event that happened at the Dome Arena over the weekend, they had 125 vendors, and every weekend up until Christmas, there will be 5 of these around town separately selling you these things. Every department store, grocery store, drugstore has a massive, mass-produced section.
Oh, yeah.
Like exactly we're describing. And it's not made as well, and it's not as unique, but it is so much less expensive. And you'd think, knowing how most people are, being that we are the most concerned with the almighty dollar, that's where they'd prefer to buy this stuff.
But they like to hunt and cruise around and pick up and look.
But don't you kind of get that at Marshall's or TJ Maxx or Home Goods or Home Sense or Home Base?
Marshall's kind of picked up on that.
Okay.
That women like to root around and stuff. They do.
You're an idiot.
Like the trinket section?
Yeah, but they like to look around.
Guys don't like to root around. There are businesses that exist solely for you to go pull parts out of cars.
Yeah, but you're in and out.
No, you're not.
Are you?
No, you're not. Oh, carburetor on a $60. I need an eyelet for a murder and he's got it. It's right over there in the arbor section.
I mean, my wife could spend hours doing this. Hours.
Okay, but if we went up to what's that store that sells tiny people clothes in Toronto that you love so much?
Yeah, I
Browns.
mean, you do this too. You just do it online.
And
because I mean, think about how many right now on your body. How many different countries' clothing items do you have on?
He's the UN of fabric.
A few.
Okay. But that's what I mean.
I mean, that takes some time to do. You know, look around and decide what you want.
Curating your collection.
But my wife, I think because my wife can go shopping without a goal.
Okay.
Just to shop.
Okay.
I have to go because I want something.
Gotcha.
I won't just meander into a store just because it looks cute.
Okay. Fair statement. I get you there.
I mean, there's a reason why when you go to those, if you're in another city and you run across one of them stores that just sells soap, they just sell soap.
Yeah.
I never see a dude in there. It's a bunch of 50-plussers.
Well, that's kind of tough because, we have our soaps.
Right.
Right.
But they got soap, too, but they got to look at these soaps.
I don't know. If we're talking about, high-end towns, all right, let's use Niagara-on-the-Lake, for example.
That's, one of the biggest soap towns in the globe.
If you've never been to Niagara-on-the-Lake, I want you to think of Pittsford, but on steroids, which are also using HGH.
Yes.
Okay? It's the most expensive, stupid, pointless strip of stores you've ever seen in your life. In Niagara-on-the-Lake, they have a hat store.
Yep.
Nobody is buying the expensive-ass hats because there are hats that cost thousands of dollars.
Yeah, but we're talking old-school
custom.
fedoras.
Yeah.
And, pork pies.
Yep. But they have dudes every time I walk in there, and I want to walk in there too because the hats are so weird looking that are in there trying on hats you're never going to buy.
Yeah.
So I think it has to do more with the item.
Yeah, but that hat is pretty rare.
It's different. It's different, though.
But every town's got a soap store. Every high-end town's got a soap store.
Yeah, I can't argue there. Does Pittsburgh have a soap store?
Oh, of course.
Of
We
course.
got We got the Soap Depot.
Yeah.
And then Suds.
Oh, you're talking about in the soap district.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Going back to the artisan markets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean then there is a dedicated population of people in the greater Rochester area that have no problem spending more than they have to get their hands on artisan Christmas stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, I mean, is it about bringing it home and, like, telling the story? Like, oh, I bought this from a nice woman from Schenectady?
Yeah, there's a little backstory to it. And by the way, there's
got a blind husband. Sees the future, they say.
But there's a few, like, freestanding buildings that also sell this stuff all year round, and they advertise on TV. They're just craft stores.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're talking Michael's and Hobby Lobby?
No, I'm talking about local.
Like markets.
Like in a house, like on a street.
Okay.
There used to be one right down in that artisan district down there off of University.
Next to the Soap District.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's one out in Webster.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like Purple something.
It's
they
like...
advertise on I think it's called like Purple Moon Store.
Is it? Okay.
And they advertise on TV, and I go, how much is that? How many angels you got to move to afford TV time?
I always assume that when you see, like, older women with these shops.
It's a hobby.
Yeah, like a passion project.
But I think these are like, they must make bank.
Okay. I mean, the one good thing about this is we have this conversation about the Christmas markets and how they're all over the place. It's not a couples thing. Like, you're expected in the fall to go with your wife or girlfriend or kids to a farm and do pumpkins and apples. Like, that's a family thing.
Mm.
You're expected to maybe go on a hike in the summer, whatever they want to do sucks. But it's totally socially acceptable to stay home from the Christmas craft market.
Yeah, I don't think my wife wants me there.
Exactly.
Because she's gonna say, you're rushing me.
Yes.
You're rushing me.
Yes.
You look bored. You don't look happy. Really? I was really trying.
Well, and it's usually crowded, and I know, like, my husband hates a crowd. So I'm like, if I'm going to have to, like, bob and weave through people, I'm not bringing him.
Well, he's not a bobber nor a weaver.
No,
he's got big-ass shoulders. Look at these shoulders up here.
Oh, yeah.
Man, come on.
That boy's thick.
Do you also think, because, like, just thinking of, like, your wife and, like, like my mom and, like, her friends, like, they would also buy some of that stuff thinking, oh, like, my kids are going to want this one day. Because most of that stuff gets handed down.
Yep.
If your kids don't have a box of that junk already.
One of my daughters will cherish that stuff for the rest of my youngest one.
You think that?
Look, I'm telling you, she's already a 60-year-old woman.
Yeah, like it's fun for like maybe the first box of stuff you get, but then like when you're getting generations of Christmas decorations that are falling apart before your eyes.
But my wife also buys for other people.
Yeah.
And then the family. So my wife will buy. Like, she knows we got to go to certain people's houses for the holidays.
Sure.
She will, I go, what's this for? It's a hostess gift. So she will bring a gift to the host of the party that we're going to.
Bottle of wine is good enough?
No, because that's not unique enough. Everybody brings wine, and not everybody drinks that kind of wine.
You need the unique, like, Christmas sleeve
yes.
on the wine.
So she buys gifts to give other people for the holidays.
No, it's got a kangaroo on it, $6. Here's your wine.
That's
Happy
good.
Christmas.
That's good wine. It came all the way from kangaroo country.
Dubai WCMF. It sounds like we have someone now on the inside that might be able to help us out. We're talking about all these Christmas craft sales and markets that'll be inundating us over the next couple of weeks. Let's talk to Frankie. Frankie, how are you, buddy?
Doing good, guys. How y'all doing today?
All right, good. What do you know that we don't, Frank?
Well, let's see. The little lady does it as a home business as we have set up.
Okay.
And she literally spent with the booth probably $300 or $350. Okay.
Okay.
She sold and came back home with about $4,000.
Oh,
wait, in the pocket, under the T.
Yeah.
Don't say under the T. The IRS might be listening.
And you still have
my name for it.
So she makes that kind of money, and you have the nerve to call her the little woman.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, she's smaller than me.
All right, fair enough. That's fair.
Okay.
All right.
All right. She's petite.
Frank, let me ask you, what does she make that's so exciting for these people who are spending $4,000 on it?
Bro, it wasn't like that exciting at all. It was just some picture frames with like some birds or like a sled and a Christmas tree or something like that, and she just put inside lights on them.
Oh.
That's it?
She found
That's
unique
it.
ideas. Sometimes it's the simple things.
Yeah.
Lady crack.
Yeah.
It was literally simple, and everybody was flocking to us like we had pigeon seed, and they were all pigeons. I wanted to start throwing the freaking things at people.
All right, Frank,
Don't
you
do
are
that.
doing a terrible job of literally killing the goose that's laying the golden egg right now,
You're not a
Frank.
really good rep for this business.
I mean, hey, we're all right.
All right, Frank, I mean, the one thing that sucks, though, it sounds like you got roped into helping.
Yeah, I did. I mean, she's down and out. She just had a surgery 2 weeks ago, so I had to go to the event and help. So, I put on that fake smile I didn't have on the Tommy face, and, started selling.
Probably doesn't hurt so bad, though, when you come home with $4,000.
4G.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't at all. No, you're like, all right, awesome. For 2 days worth of work?
All right, well, Frank, where's she going to be coming up in case people want to see you throwing pigeon seed at them?
I forget where her next event is. I'm sorry about that, but I mean,
no, you're a great PR. You're a great
Way
PR.
to sell, baby. I don't know.
I don't keep track of the calendar, man. I'm just the driver, and I help set up.
All right, well, Frankie, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Always be closing.
I don't know.
Poor Frank.
What do you got? Hey, what do you got? I don't know.
I guess it doesn't matter if she sells that well. She doesn't need our help.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. All right, let's take a break. We got Dan Fates from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus coming up to get back into this game in a second. But before we get there, if you have kids, you already know this. If you don't have kids, avoid all kids.
Oh, good.
Because it's that time of year.
Oh.
Cough, inhale, sickness, repeat. And what's going around now? Not fun.
Oh, something new?
Well, no, it's actually like super old.
Oh.
But
let's put cured all the old stuff.
No, let's put it this way: your age just could kill you.
I'm gonna get rickets.
Next here at the break room. Let's see you, Dan Fates from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham gets us back into this game in just a little while here on a post-game Monday in the break room on CMF. But before we get there, I mean, this is not shocking news if you have kids, right? It's that time of year.
Yeah.
What is a little bit alarming is what is going around. Because the story on News 8 says doctors in the greater Rochester area, they're giving us a heads up.
What's that?
They're seeing a lot of cases of walking pneumonia right now.
Why do they call it walking pneumonia?
Because it doesn't stay put.
Ah.
I'm just kidding. I made that up.
So it doesn't knock you on your ass. Because, like, some people get pneumonia. You go to. When I was a kid, I had to go to the hospital.
Oh.
I got to get my lungs.
Oh, you little baby Tommy.
I had baby lungs. Had to be bumped, Pat.
Oh, little baby lung, Tommy. You know when pneumonia could have knocked them down. I got the baby lung. I got the baby pneumonia.
Yeah, I think it was like 9 or 10.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So,
I'm guessing. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me.
If you have kids in school right now, we're not sharing with you anything you don't know. Like, I was on antibiotics last week. I know one of my kids brought it
kids
home.
are like hacking up phlegm then.
So my sister's kids, 2 of them tested positive for pneumonia.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it was walking pneumonia.
And that can be dangerous.
It's especially for someone your age.
Oh, it could kill me.
Yeah. We can only hope. Right? But it's that time of year for moms and dads.
Everything's going around.
And it's so cyclical, man. Like, the kids are always sick all the time.
Mm.
Kids go to school. They pick up something. They bring it home to you.
Yep.
The kid gets better, like, almost immediately. Yep. You feel like you're going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Just when you finally feel normal again,
something else.
Yep, your kid brings something else home because they've been healthy for a week.
So it's all winter long.
You got it. Stop, rinse, repeat until March.
And now we're all getting together for the holidays.
Yep, you got that
let's
too.
Spread it all around.
And short of homeschooling your kids, there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. And it sucks.
Of course it does.
Like, of all the things we talk about when it comes to having kids and why you should and shouldn't do it, this never gets brought up, and it's mind-boggling because it will derail your life for 4 months.
Oh, yeah.
4 months.
And you're miserable.
Yeah.
You're just constantly miserable.
Yes.
On top of all the other miserable stuff you got to do.
And it's funny, too, right? Like, you never know in the wintertime if you're tired from not getting enough sleep, if it's the sun not showing up that is wearing you down, or if you're actually sick. So really, half of the things that your kids bring home to you, it's a roll of the dice of, is it a legitimate illness, or is this just my mind playing tricks on me because it's dark and depressing?
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to do this anymore.
No, but you can't get away from it.
Well,
it's a family business. It's Kohl's.
Yeah.
I also find it, I don't know if anybody else has dealt with this, because it stayed warmer later, I kept getting like weird allergy spurts where I'm like, am I sick? Or is it just like my sinuses draining again? Because I can't tell if it's fall, if it's winter, if it's, a 70-degree day in October. It all throws off my sinuses. So that's also, throwing me off in terms of, am I sick or am I not sick?
And here you bring up what might be the weirdest part about this whole story, because believe it or not, I am not a doctor. So take all of this with a grain of salt. But I would have thought the warmer weather longer would have
pushed this off.
Yeah, right? Because, I mean, my kids are playing outside.
Yeah, once
still.
you go inside is when it all starts cranking up.
Exactly. And I get that the kids are going to school and they're together, right? But, like, the weather's been really nice.
Yeah.
We haven't had a below freezing day in Rochester yet, and we're on November 18th.
But they're all back in school.
Yes.
So now they're all hanging together.
Yes. 252 WCMF. Story on News 8 last night says doctors in the greater Rochester greater Rochester area are seeing a lot of cases of walking pneumonia at the moment. And by the way, that is something you can't get tested for. So, yeah, if you're of extra risk or you want to get an antibiotic to get it taken care of, you can go into the doc and check it out.
So I got to go like urgent care?
I'm sure that would be an option. If you have a primary care doctor, you can do it that way too. The other thing is like the weird illnesses that show up in kids that you thought, 100 years ago we eliminated.
Yeah.
Foot and mouth disease.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought that sounds so gross.
I know. I knew people dealing with that in their kids last year. Is that back again?
Because it's like the measles.
Now, I don't know if it's here now,
yeah,
but over the last couple of years.
Don't you get like a rash and everything?
Thank God my kids haven't had it, so I don't know what it looks like.
It looks like bumpy red dots.
Oh.
But like one of the girls on my daughter's hockey team had it a couple of years ago, and her dad goes, she's got foot and mouth disease. And I laughed.
But that sounds like something people got like in the 1800s.
They did, yes.
Like we should not, that shouldn't be around.
It sounds really scary.
So I don't know how dangerous it is.
I don't either.
Because like it didn't sound like she was in really bad shape.
I think it's more like a discomfort,
It's like a virus.
It's a contagious thing. but I don't know how dangerous it is.
Well, I felt bad because I thought he was making a joke about like how sick his daughter was. Hey, she's got foot and mouth disease. He's like, ha. He's like, no, it's actually very bad. Oh, sorry. I didn't know that was still a thing. Did you say it's like measles?
Yeah.
Is that true?
So I was just watching this thing on Netflix. It was called The Receivers.
Okay.
And the kid is a receiver for Detroit.
Amon-Ra St. Brown?
St. Brown?
Yeah.
He got it. He
Foot
got
and mouth.
and they showed it on his body, and it was gross.
Ew.
Like he was running on blisters.
Oh!
Yeah, that's what he said every step.
Yeah, so you get a fever, sore throat, painful mouth sores that may blister, and a rash on your hands and feet.
Yeah.
By the way,
it's not fun.
Running on Blisters, one of the worst Jackson Brown songs of all time. Running on blisters.
blisters.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Oh, yeah, it's super. Like, you could just touch a surface that's somebody.
Yeah,
that
and he
had
played
it.
with it.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, too, about this walking pneumonia that's going around the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
It travels in, like, cough droplets. So if you hear someone hacking around you.
So you got it.
Well, no, it's not. Don't be that guy. It's always dangerous when you go, I saw a documentary and then follow something
But these
up.
documentaries do a really good job of scaring you.
I also know how good your listening comprehension is based on how many times I've looked you in the face, told
Well,
you
it turns
something.
out we're all going to die.
No,
These
that's not-
documentaries do a really good job of scaring you.
I'm not saying you should be scared.
No,
Right.
no, I'm saying that's what Tommy
Yes,
said.
I know.
all right.
Yeah.
No.
All right, so the droplets come out of your face.
No,
then
I'm
what
saying
happens?
like I didn't know pneumonia was contagious. I thought that was something like brewed inside you. But apparently, in these cough droplets, like you can pick up pneumonia, and
and
that's
it
why.
gets into your lungs.
And that, well, that's where
and
yeah.
then you get the lung taffy.
If you get pneumonia of the ass cheeks, you're going to be fine.
You're breathing out your ass?
Sounds like you are every day from 6 to 10, all day, every day. Let's take a break. Your Buffalo Bills got their win of the season. Pretty cool too, because Kimmy, from what I was reading up until now, the Bills don't beat good teams.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like that's been the
All right.
knock on the Bills. Can't beat a good team. So either Kansas City is not good, which is great for the Bills' playoff time, or the Bills beat good teams.
Okay.
And they beat them definitively. And they beat them in crushing fashion because the way the Bills won that game last night was like a boa constrictor, just slowly closing in on their victim till they had no breath left.
My goodness.
The Bills last night laid out a blueprint on how to beat the Chiefs. And the Bills need that. Because they can do something
I hope they wrote it down.
that they have not done in over 34 years.
Damn, 34 years.
And we're going to find out with our good buddy from Buffalo Plus and 13 Wham, Dan Fates. True or false, the Bills pull this off come the end of the season. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.
4th and 2. Here's some late motion. Fakes the throw. Allen going to step up in the pocket. Now he's going to take it and run, and he's got the first down and more. 10, 5, and muscles his way into the end zone for an unbelievable 26-yard touchdown run. Are you kidding me? He's a beast with a capital B, and he would not be denied.
Hello, I'd like to know if you have some time to talk about our Savior, Josh Allen. Because, look, if that dude started a religion, I want to believe I'm not susceptible to a cult.
Okay.
But if it was him, I can't totally be sure. And he looks almost deity-like, right? The hair is now flowing.
Yeah.
The beard is there, right? He is
an
always
overall large person.
And he's calm, cool, and collected. You saw Tracy Wolfson from CBS last night trying to get him to admit that was a big game.
Yeah, he has a perfect amount of hair that doesn't turn my wife off.
Well, she
you know what I'm saying? Like, if the hair was too long, if the beard was too raggedy,
Yeah,
she would
but-
go, he looks unkept. But that's an acceptable amount of mom facial hair.
She didn't see him in his mullet era, though, I'm guessing.
Probably not.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF, joining us to help celebrate this Bills 30-21 win, 9-2 for the first time since 1992, and a game out of the top overall seed in the AFC. Please welcome Dan Chesty Fates. Fates, how are you, buddy?
Doing great. That was a lot of fun yesterday.
You're not kidding, man. I mean, that stadium was – you're like, how anyone has ears and a voice left this morning is beyond me.
Yeah, that was – there was, this is the game of the year. It was hyped up all week. It was the national CBS game, all of those things. And the players did their best to say it's just another game and it's just week 11, all these things. Very rarely does something get hyped up like that, I think, and live up to it. I think that game lived up to the hype and then some. And then you had an MVP. They talk about college football. It's the Heisman moment. That was Josh Allen's MVP moment for this season.
Okay, hold on. You're going to get ahead of me here because I want to run down a list here, Dan, because I value
you. Have notes?
I value your opinion. What do you think? I come in unprepared for this with you? I don't trust you to handle this on your own.
Yeah, we're not Channel 8.
All right, Dan, I'm going to run down as we have some discussion. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. True or false? The Bills are the AFC 1 seed come Week 18.
False.
Oh, why is that?
Bills they still have a gauntlet to go through. They still have to go to Detroit, and the Chiefs' schedule is a breeze. So I don't know where the Chiefs necessarily get tripped up again. I know they're a half game back. I don't know how many more games the Chiefs lose compared to the Bills. Now, I'm not saying it's not a possibility, but I think it's less than 50%. So I'll say false. I don't think they catch the Chiefs in that sense.
Okay, I want to argue with you now. The Chiefs have been walking this razor wire. We've been talking about it all morning, Tommy, Kimmy, about how
they win in the fourth quarter.
Exactly, and they're winning by these insane strokes of luck. And look, I understand that closing out a game is a legitimate talent for a team, but eventually those games catch up.
And Taylor's not even going to the games anymore.
Man, she stood them up last week, or last night. She knew. She saw the Bills' defense on tape. She knew.
Is that why?
Yes. But, okay, so I'm sorry,
Pat, it was funny. They talked about it on the broadcast at halftime. They were like, the Chiefs are 4-0 this season when trailing at halftime. It's like, what's their record when they are winning at halftime? Like, they were undefeated. They have found ways. It was such a dumb stat for an undefeated team. And they're like, they've come back in all these games. Yeah, we know they've won 15 straight games coming into this. So, like, all of those, like, dumb stats where you go, like, oh, can't believe that. It's like, yeah, obviously, they have found ways to win. They're not undefeated good. Like, I don't think the 72 Dolphins, which is the dumbest thing in all of football for them to celebrate every time this happens. I don't think they were ever worried, but I don't think the Chiefs are a bad team. I know they're playing with fire, but I think they're still – it is a skill, like you said, to find ways to win.
All right, but here's what I'm getting at here. Now, you're right. You got Carolina on the schedule. You got Cleveland on the schedule.
Yeah.
This is Kansas City.
This is Kansas City. But here's the thing. Kansas City the last couple of years have played rough, close games against every team in their division. And they have one division game left with every team. They got the Raiders, they have the Chargers, and they have Denver to close out the season. You also have Pittsburgh and Houston in there. And I would make the argument, Dan, even for a capable football team, which I believe the Chargers and which I believe the Broncos are, not to mention Houston and Pittsburgh, the Bills gave you a blueprint on how to beat the Chiefs.
Ooh.
I mean, you don't think that every defensive coordinator watched what they did last night and started licking their chops?
Yeah, it's funny. I look at that game and I say the Bills were the better team, right? There's no question. I also think the Bills didn't play their best and still beat a 9-0 Chiefs team. Like, that is – there have been times we're sitting there after the game and I'm going, the Bills scored 30 points against a really good defense, and I thought their offensive game plan was poor. I thought they were terrible on first down. They had tons of third and longs. They still found ways to convert them. Like, that was not the Bills' best offensive showing by any means, and they scored 30 points against a defense that hadn't allowed 30 points in a game since week 4 of 2022.
How you like that stat?
Damn.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
So it's so weird. Like walking out of that game going, man, the Bills found a way to win. Like, I thought McDermott pushed all the right buttons. Josh put on his cape, all these things. And I still thought the Bills left stuff out there. And they still had one poor drive in the second half defensively where they let the Chiefs just march down the field after a great drive by the Bills to go up by 9. So, I'm very encouraged because the fact of that you'll get Keon Coleman back, you'll get Dalton Kincaid back, you're going to get Matt Milano back at some point. So all that's impressive. The Bills just do have a tough gauntlet still to go with the Niners, going to Detroit, things like that.
Okay, but let's talk about that. And I understand when that schedule came out, that Niners game was scary. And even now, the Niners lost yesterday, so they're 5-5. But Dan, if you want every reason why the Bills win this game, fact, Sean McDermott has a really good record against teams traveling from the West Coast to East. Fact, Sean McDermott has a really good record coming out of the bye week. He's got 2 weeks to prepare. Fact.
That's a fact.
Josh Allen in prime time. Yeah. Dan.
Hopefully gets those guys back.
It ain't a walkover game, but this is a hell of a lot better than we thought it was going to be.
Oh, absolutely. And we're thinking about this Niners team, and I know we're 2 weeks away from that game. Everybody's like, oh, the Niners are a good team. They'll turn it on. They'll get Christian McCaffrey back, all these things. I think the Niners are who the Niners are. Like, I think we have this persona of them for the fact of, like, oh, they've been to the Super Bowl and things like that. I think they're a dysfunctional team. Like, a few weeks ago, Deebo Samuel's choking out the long snapper after the kicker missed 3, field goals.
Can we pause real quick? I'm sorry. Tommy, did you see that?
Was that when they were fighting with each other?
The wide receiver choked out the long snapper after a missed field goal. But you were saying, Dan, I'm sorry.
No, like they've got a little bit of like Eagles dysfunction vibe. Like the Eagles went to the Super Bowl, they lost, then they were good, and then they lost 6 games at the end of last year and just were a total like dumpster fire. Like they just kind of ran out of cohesion and things like that. So I'm not exactly sure. I just know it is going to be one of those physical. They could run all over the Bills. It is Christian McCaffrey, all these things, but I'm with you. I think this is the perfect time for a bye because Von Miller said it best. After the game, I don't know if you heard it, Duffy, when he goes, Sean McDermott told us before this game, it's just another game, and in 100 years, nobody's going to remember that. And Von was like, F that.
Almost.
Like, this game means a lot. Like, the bright lights are on. We're going to do all these things. Like, this game means a lot. So there is this emotional high after coming off that type of a win. But I think this Bills team, obviously, is also mature enough and veteran-led enough to know, like, Deion Dawkins said, this isn't our Super Bowl. Sean McDermott said, this isn't a statement win. This is just a Week 11 win. Josh said it's just win number 9. All of those things make sense, but it is nice to kind of not have to gear up for another team right now and to kind of reset. And I'm sure Sean, next Monday, will have 15 things to say what they did wrong and kind of bring them back down to earth.
Dan Fates from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus referring to head coach Sean McDermott on a first-name basis because that's the kind of smoke he's got.
Ooh, look at that.
As we're talking about games down the schedule, Tommy, you said this morning the game that scares you the most.
Detroit.
And why is that?
Because they're crushing everybody.
Are they crushing everybody?
Yeah, they crushed 52 points?
Yeah, but they played – it's Jacksonville with Mac Jones at quarterback.
But they did it.
And it was close going up to halftime.
But it looked pretty scary.
Okay, Dan.
And they've only got one loss.
Yeah, who did that? I'm trying to remember who they lost to. Was it Green Bay? Who did they lose to?
Yes.
Okay.
Green Bay before they beat Minnesota. They knocked off the Vikings for their first loss.
Okay. You said their division's really tough.
They may have the toughest division in football. At least it looked that way. I'm sorry.
All right, but and those other teams aren't bad. So.
The Bears should have beat the Packers yesterday. The Packers look pretty good. Minnesota's got a really good record, but they don't look like they're going to hold up in the playoffs the way that things are coming close. All right, Dan, I'm assuming you agree with Tommy that the most daunting game left on the schedule is the Lions.
Yeah. There's a stat that says the Lions have had 4 games this season where they have scored more touchdowns than had incompletions. Like, they are a juggernaut offensively.
Is that good?
They have a pretty.
I think it's good.
Yeah,
Juggernaut.
Yeah. They scored, I think, on like every possession. They scored in their first 7 possessions against the Jaguars. They were 13-point favorites. They should have been 35-point favorites. They still would have covered.
And it's Detroit. They'll go after your family. These people are not messing around.
They'll bite your kneecaps. Like, they'll take you into the ocean, they said, and drown you. Like, that's how they want to
play. You got to go far to get to the ocein from Detroit.
No, most people in Detroit think they're actually on the ocean. Not a great education system.
By the way, the Lions lost to the Bucks.
Oh, the Buccaneers. I'm sorry. Way to go, Dan. You really jumped on my bad take.
Not fact.
You look dumb for supporting my idea. All right, but Dan, here's the thing. I agree with you. The Lions look scary, and I got a soft spot for the Lions. Lions fans, Detroit. I love that city, right?
Yeah.
But I was arguing this morning with Tommy and Kimmy.
What's that?
That the reason why the Lions look so scary is because Dan Campbell, their head coach, has no problem running the score up on everybody, whereas other NFL head coaches take their foot off the gas. And when they get with legitimate NFL competition, when you're now at the same level, maybe, just maybe, that vaunted record that they have and the stars they have on that team and those big scores don't matter as much.
Well, the thing is that they're an offensive juggernaut. So a lot of times when you think of, like, high-powered offenses, you think of, like, the Dolphins, where you're like, well, they're not physical. They can't win a tough game. They can't win a game in cold weather, all those things. But you're right. They have adopted this identity from Dan Campbell and this we're going to do whatever it takes to win. Like, last week they came back from 16 or 17 points down in the second half against a decent Houston Texans team. So, like, they've shown they can win a lot of different ways. They are a physical team. There are teams that are high-powered offenses that aren't physical. They've got both. They've got dudes on both sides of the ball that just fly around and will hit you. So that is kind of why they seem like a team that is built for the postseason, along with just being a team that can score 40-plus points, like, with ease.
So they're unique because they have jugger and not together.
Yeah.
A juggernaut.
Yeah. A juggernaut, if you will.
A juggernaut.
A juggernaut. Is that
very unique.
They're a juggernaut of juggernauts.
Some teams not, some teams jugger.
But this team.
Combo play. He fused them together to create a juggernaut.
All right, here's what I want to know.
You can't stop a juggernaut.
I'm going to ask Tommy first, and then Dan, I'll follow up with you here. Dan Fates from 13.
Buckle up, everybody.
Buffalo.
Here we go. Big shoes to fill.
So, Tommy, you were saying that Sean McDermott and Dan Campbell, although they look similar except for size-wise, two very different coaches. If I were to tell you right now, you could switch out Sean McDermott and have Dan Campbell, head coach of the Lions, as the Buffalo Bills head coach, would you take that switch?
Yeah.
What?
He just wants it for the entertainment factor.
Yeah.
I think Dan Campbell is more like the guys he's coaching.
Is that a good thing?
Obviously, he's working.
Who's the last NFL player to win a Super Bowl? I'm asking genuinely.
NFL player?
The last player who became a coach to win a Super Bowl. Was it Ditka? No, Dungy?
Ditka, Dungy.
Kimmy, can you Google the last?
There was a player
that was a player that won a Super Bowl as a head coach, because it doesn't happen all that often anymore, does it? Doug Peterson.
So there's a bunch.
Yeah, Doug Peterson, but it was kind of a weird fluke in
But
Philadelphia.
a lot of these guys played.
Not in the NFL.
Well, I mean, not that Miami kid.
Or McDermott.
Coach Skateboard.
Yeah. Or Saleh, who just got fired. I mean, hell.
No, but wait, McDermott never played professional football?
No, he played at William & Mary College.
But so then he went into coaching.
Yeah. All right, so your stupid take, you would take Dan Campbell
I would
over
think
Sean
I think he's a better motivator.
Motivator? Is that like a motivator? Is that a motivator with gasoline in it?
He's a juggernaut, if you will, of coaches. No, I would take Campbell. And I like McDermott, but that Campbell guy, man, he's fun to watch.
All right, Dan, you're in the room all the time. You've covered both of these guys. Would you switch Dan Campbell with Sean McDermott right now?
No, and again, I end up being this apologist, and everybody says some guy in my DMs yesterday was saying I'm a shrill for McDermott, that because I constantly think that he's one of the top 5 coaches in the league. And also, I do understand the allure of Dan Campbell, and I think he's a great motivator, and he cries after losses and really is passionate and cares about his guys. All of that stuff is great. He's just a little too reckless. And I know, like he'll pull fake punts off that aren't necessarily needed when he's on his own 20-yard line. Yeah, but I also want my coach to not be that emotional. He should be the steadying, calming force, which is why I think McDermott, for all his flaws, for his struggles with late game in big moments, I understand. I'm not trying to push that stuff away. But I had people that tell me, "Oh, I'd rather have Kyle Shanahan," or things like that. Nobody has blown more fourth-quarter leads in the NFL than Kyle Shanahan. For another coach skateboard with his perfectly manicured facial hair and all this swag that he has, like, there are guys that just struggle in big moments down the stretch. And Sean has also been a part of that. But on a week-in and week-out basis, Sean is that steadying, calming factor that I think the entire this Bills locker room has bought into. And he does have a little bit of that Dan Campbell where it's like, be yourself. You know, you have Jordan Phillips, like right before the snap, he's in the end zone firing up the crowd. And it's like, that's what Jordan Phillips does. Sean doesn't try and take that away from his players, but it's also like, hey, Jordan, why don't you go line up? We got a snap to do here. But
I love
like all those things.
I'm sorry. I love how Dan keeps referring to the head coach of the Buffalo Bills as Sean, like you're going to borrow his leaf blower in a couple hours. Hey, Sean, listen, man, listen. You're not using it.
What Dan's saying essentially is he wants a coach that the highlight of his weekend, his off time, is eating a donut.
Unless his dog eats it first, in which case he doesn't go get another
He's
donut.
boring.
Who, McDermott? Yeah, you want a boring coach.
No, you want a coach like Campbell because Campbell takes the attention away from the players so the players can play. So if the biggest star on the team is the coach.
No, he's saying Dan Campbell
Dan
does.
Campbell sucks all the energy out of the room so the players can play.
That sounds bad, though.
He's the guy. He's the focal point of everybody's hatred.
Thoughts, Dan?
Of hatred? Why does everybody hate?
You're saying like when it goes wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like
it,
it falls on him because he's the big mouth of the team.
Okay.
So you want your coach to be a diva and draw all the attention away from him and the
we
players
had
that
that
are
before.
actually performing on the field.
Yeah, we had that before. It didn't work out well.
I mean, name the last coach that did that was successful. I mean, Bill Belichick never said anything about anything, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Rex
Andy
Ryan
Reid's about as boring as can be.
Rex was out of control.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like that's the guy you're describing.
Give me a little bit of Bobby Knight, a little touch of Bobby Knight.
Yeah, that
not a lot of Bobby. Not a lot of
You
Bobby.
just want him
Knight.
on the brink of choking a player. That's what you want.
No. A little bit. A touch of Knight.
All right, Dan, here's a touch of Knight. It sounds like a really bad cologne you wore in the 70s.
I would wear Bobby Knight cologne.
Yeah. Oh God. Ow, why is he doing that? Dan Frates from 13 Way at Buffalo Plus. I'm sorry, we were getting so deep into that first question. We haven't even gotten to our second true or false. Dan, are you ready?
Yeah.
True or false? Josh Allen wins the MVP this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only is he going to compete for the top seed, that's a big thing too. It's like whoever is the best number one seed, it's usually the best player, or usually it's just the quarterback on that team. But we talked about the game of the year and things like that. National stage, that kind of performance, that narrative now of Josh having that moment in that type of a game, I think goes a long way with all of those voters and things like that.
It's a tipping point.
Have you been trying to work tipping point into the show all day?
Yes.
Did you hear that this weekend somewhere?
Tipping point.
Okay, stop doing that. All right. I mean, do we want that, Dan? Because there is a weird statistic. In the last 25 years, Patrick Mahomes is the only quarterback to win both the MVP and a Super Bowl in the same season.
Are we sure about that, Kimmy?
Positive. We talked about it.
I think we did look this up last time.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not following more of Duffy's incorrect facts.
Hey, well, I led you down the wrong road before.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to go down this road again.
No, I believe it's since 2000, Patrick Mahomes, a couple of years ago,
he's the only one to do it.
Was the only one to win MVP and a Super Bowl in the same season.
Because Brady lost in the year that they were 17-0.
Yep. Hey,
that probably checks out.
Talk it out with you all you want, buddy. I'm rock solid on this one.
Yeah, I think it's also Josh doesn't care. And it's so funny. After games when Josh does something incredible, he doesn't take, any of the credit for, that type of play. I went around the locker room and was asking guys, what was your view like? And I tweeted out, Dorian Williams was like, this guy's crazy. It's just insane. Dawson Knox is a guy that has played with Josh Allen his entire career, and he said that he's constantly, in awe. Dawson said that when Josh crossed the line of scrimmage, he goes, I kind of knew he was going to score, and there was a linebacker and 3 defensive backs in his way, and I just knew he was going to score. That is the type of big moment, big play kind of thing that, again, you have an MVP moment. That'll be the first play that you think of when Josh gets announced as the NFL MVP this year.
Okay, I got one more question before we go, and this one's going to be a little deep, Tom. Here's the thing. He kicked off this game yesterday with a bang. Bills safety Taylor Rapp, he's a guy that a lot of Bills fans were worried about taking over for the Hyde-Poyer spots as the season started.
Yep.
Dan, true or false, Taylor Rapp, Bills safety, is the defensive MVP so far this season?
False. It's either Taron Johnson or Terrell Bernard. You can flip a coin. Both of those guys have been outstanding. And when they haven't been on the field, it has shown in those games. So while Taylor Rapp's been good, I'm with you, Duffy. Like, I've been defending Rapp and Hamlin as both guys that have been good. I'm not saying they've been great, but we have seen what Jordan Poyer is now. And Brandon Beane deserves credit for getting rid of those guys maybe a year early rather than a year late, because I think they have been more than adequate at filling the shoes of a legendary.
Ooh, that sounded
duo.
like an insult. More than adequate, Dan. I just want to throw that out there. That hurting me.
Why?
More than adequate? Everyone dreams to be more than adequate at their job.
Well, you're filling all pro safety shoes, and I don't think Taylor Rapp's going to even be a Pro Bowler, let
alone
alone
Mr. Adequate.
An all-pro. The Legion of Adequate of the Bills secondary.
I like that.
But I think they've been.
So you don't like him?
Sean and Bobby Vepich
Thank you.
deserve credit for the adjustments they have made in changing their defensive system around the safeties now that they have, because they're playing to their strengths rather than what this defense used to be. I like Taylor Rapp. I'll go with more than adequate. They have been above sufficient. They have been
Still
good.
not impressive. And we had to push it to get that out of
It's
you.
like you're like saying like the like nice ways a teacher would compliment a student that she didn't
On a
think was
C
going to
average.
do that well.
I'll tell you what he sounds like. He sounds like a Soviet factory owner during the Cold War. Your work has been more than adequate this year. Here is extra beach for family.
Kimmy, he's a bad test taker, but he works really hard,
There you
always
go.
does his homework. Like, he does a great job.
E for
Always
effort.
raises his hand and sits in the front of the class.
All right. Well, I mean, Dan, look, I can drop some facts on you. Fact one, the Bills are 6-0 since Taylor Rapp put on the puffy helmet, so we got that going for us.
That's true.
And I mean, in fact two, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Is the puffy helmet the Bills' most valuable player on defense?
Well, look, I mean, the Bills have not had this kind of success in a season since Mark Kelso, former Bills defensive back, also wore a puffy helmet. The puffy helmet might be the key to what's happening.
Damn.
I don't think the puffy helmet's getting enough attention. Let's start it up here.
Okay, great. I'm glad we're there.
Start
Also,
its own Twitter account.
but there's got to be 40 Taylor Rapp Guardian Cap Twitter handles. But going further, Dan, I mean, the straight up fact is Taylor Rapp has made 3 or 4 plays in games that you can argue won them the game. Running players down where the Bills kept them out of the end zone or saved 4 points. You had that interception on the first drive last night that completely turns the game and puts the Bills +1 possession with the lead. I think that he is going under the radar. The Bills lost both games he didn't play this year, Dan. I mean, that's a fact.
That is a fact. I can confirm that fact.
Facts.
But I believe Terrell Bernard didn't play in one of those, or if not both of those games too.
Just saying, they won opening day and day week 2 without Johnson. They've won games without Terrell
I
Bernard.
think this is a bit, and you don't really think that Terrell Bernard's the most valuable player.
I love Terrell Bernard. I'm still upset with him because he didn't knock that interception down last night, which made Tommy win one of his bets when it was better for field position anyway. No.
Oh, so this is why you're all butthurt about it.
I love Terrell Bernard. But I do think that Taylor Rapp is criminally underrated, and I think we should all wear big puffy helmets in solidarity. Yes.
Underrated for sure, but there's no doubt what this defense is without Terrell Bernard on this field compared to when Taylor Rapp. It's different.
Guy sucks.
Dan?
I do want his take on one thing really quick.
Sure.
Because this didn't end up
very
being
late.
this didn't end up being a
We're very late.
Shut up. Shut your pile. This didn't end up being a factor in the game, luckily. But that missed extra point by Tyler Bass.
Ooh.
When does that become a problem for the Bills where they make a change?
Kim, why do you got to go there?
Yeah, Kim.
We were having a good conversation.
Yeah, we were having fun, Kim.
I'm just curious because this kind of has become a pattern at this point, and I'm just wondering, do you think the Bills, if ever, they'll do something about it?
No, not this season, and I think it's his 4th extra point miss this season, so it's not good. But I appreciate you raining on this awesome Monday.
Yeah, way to end it that way, too.
I thought
nice.
you were going to get to it at some point.
Hey,
you didn't.
all right, this is fun. By the way,
MVP, Terrell Bernard and Taylor Rapp are unsung heroes, and they're like, oh, hey, by the way, here comes a car accident of our kicker.
By the way, somebody just ran over a dog outside. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Fates.
Thanks, Kim. Really appreciate it. I thought you always had my back on here.
Well, I was asking your opinion.
All right, but Dan, in all sincerity, I mean, You say they're not going to do it for the rest of the year.
I mean, like I said, luckily they didn't have to worry about it last night. It wasn't an issue, but it could have easily been in a close game against a good team.
I mean, look, if the Bills end up kicking a field goal there instead of Josh doing what Josh does, it does factor into the end of that game. And, I mean, you got the Lions, you got the Niners. You do have to worry about every team in the AFC that's in the playoffs right now look very difficult. You're telling me they're putting it out of their heads until next season?
Could be a tipping point.
Shut up.
Another tipping. Well, I think the big tipping point was the 61-yarder, and he had made his 6 kicks since that 61-yarder. So I think he had kind of turned a page. But I guess Kim just has to bring up the bad memories, so I appreciate that.
It happened. I didn't kick it.
Now, my grandma died when I was 13. You want to talk about that, too?
I had to put my dog down when I was 8. Want to bring that up as well?
2 dead dogs now, thanks to Kimmy. Way to go, Kimmy.
That's what I did.
From 13 Wham, Dan Fates. Now, Dan, let's say I love the coverage that you and Catalana and Jenna do on 13
I'll tell
Wham.
you something they won't be talking about.
Yeah, we didn't mention it. Thanks, Kim.
But let's say I want almost everything except for Kimmy's important question, plus more. Where can I find that, Dan?
The Buffalo Plus YouTube channel. Appreciate. Also, the Buffalo Plus podcast is a top 10 podcast on Apple Podcast sports chart. I don't know how, but it's a top 10 podcast.
It's not. So you're going to tell me your podcast.
Tommy has no idea how to look that up, by the way.
But is top 10 a podcast?
Top 10 sports podcast, like in that category.
With Dan in it?
Yes, with Dan in it.
We have a Dan Fates in it. Just tell me you're a top. Listen, you're quality
really
people. You're not top. You're not top 10.
Tommy, somebody sent that to us. I didn't believe it, and I thought it was just because my phone is like Buffalo Plus. I was like, it's just got to be some algorithm. I asked my friends in other states and be like, hey, can you look at this to make sure it's true?
So you're top 10.
We are number 9. We are number 9. We're ahead of Ryan Russillo. We're ahead of Shannon Sharp's podcast. Crazy. We're coming after the Kelsey brothers.
Okay.
All right. Well, hey, look, you call the kid a light.
You're a good kid. You're a good kid. Just relax, all right? People like you.
Yeah. Some.
Dan Fates from 13 Wham.
And one of so mad.
Yeah, he is right. Well, yeah, because he's been working 30 years and he's still sitting in a chair that's got holes in it.
I'm not top 10 in this room.
Dan, always a pleasure. Thanks for the time, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it as always, guys. You're the best.
All right, there goes top 10 podcast having Dan Fates. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
Hey, remember last week when someone in this room said that if you watch a fight over the weekend that you were going to be a sucker?
Had some people bring this up to me yesterday.
Yep, and then remember when everyone got really mad at that handsome bearded guy?
That's if you even were able to watch it.
Yeah, no, this is a real fight, man. You see?
Did you watch?
No, I didn't watch it. And everyone who watches it wishes they didn't watch it. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you know me.
I've known you for a long time, Patrick.
I'm not one to say I told you so.
What happened?
However, a lot of people got really upset with me on social media and in the show when
Why?
I had said something around this time last week. And to those people, after this fight is now over, where you at? Way at?
What happened? What's wrong?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. So this was a hell of a weekend for sports.
Oh, my God.
Right? Not only all the great NFL games yesterday, you had some fantastic college football upsets that went down. You had Rochester native John Bones Jones back in the UFC octagon on Saturday night. And what might have been the most anticipated, as I use quote fingers, sporting event of the weekend. Friday night, Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, live on Netflix.
Ooh, the Rumble in Dallas.
That's right. So I had said on Thursday, I believe, around this time, that if you were planning on sitting and watching this event, thinking it was a real fight, you were a sucker.
Well, it's Mike Tyson.
Sucker. And Tyson was going to go out there, and he was going to go run roughshod over this kid who doesn't know how to fight, and he's a spoiled ass, Gen Z or millennial, whatever, and we're going to show him how we did it. And I had said here, this fight was not real, that it was essentially a choreographed dance piece, and that when you watch this thing, you were going to be super disappointed.
But I saw Mike Tyson slap him during the weigh-in.
Wait, what? They must really not like each other as they set up this matchup.
He cracked him good, buddy.
Okay, so first of all, there were people who just straight up could not watch it even if they wanted to.
No, my husband and I were so we saw that the fight prior to that was getting really good, so we're like, we'll put it on, and then we got about maybe 2.5 minutes in before it started giving us like that buffering sign, and it wouldn't go away no matter how many times we closed out, went back in, closed out. We're like, forget it. It's not even worth it.
So I did peep right when it came out at 8 o'clock to see what it was about.
Peeped it.
And I couldn't understand why I was looking at Rosie Perez of all people.
So she's a boxing analyst. Legitimately.
Okay,
and she's good.
It's Rosie Perez.
Yeah, she is a deep
fine character actress. How did she get this job?
She covers boxing for other networks and shows. She knows her stuff.
I just thought hey, Rosie Perez is here.
No, Rosie Perez knows her boxing.
So that was legit.
Yeah, that's legit.
Okay.
Yeah. She's done it before. So the problem here isn't so much for this fight, quote, because who cares?
Do you think it's a fixed joke?
Well, no, we'll get to that in a second. I'm talking about the Netflix buffering.
Yeah.
Netflix says 60 million people tuned into that fight, and that's why they had issues. But the problem there is,
what's that?
In 6 weeks, the NFL Christmas Day games are going to be on Netflix.
And this isn't the first live event that they've messed up. Like I think that they've had like live maybe like comedy shows, live like reunion style shows.
The Brady roast.
And they've had issues with all of those things. So last night was like the worst of it.
Ooh.
And I can't imagine, when there's a ton of people tuning into an NFL game, how that's going to go.
You're going to have way more eyes on those Christmas Eve games than you have on whatever the hell that was Friday night. What the heck? Can they fix this in 6 weeks?
I hope so.
It's Netflix. They're good.
The NFL's got to be crapping their pants right now because there's a ton of money wrapped up in all of this. Advertising dollars, the promotion of your biggest stars.
Yeah, very popular.
But past that, anyone want to talk about what the hell that was between Mike Tyson?
Oh, the actual fight?
Yeah. No, because it wasn't an actual fight. Mike Tyson took $20 million to go dance around with a kid in a ring.
So how did he lose?
What are you talking about?
It was all choreographed?
Yeah, of course. Right. What did I tell you?
So there's going to be a rematch?
No, it's done.
How did you not have a rematch?
Because Tyson lost.
I think.
Tyson lost. Why would you want to see what that was again? People are furious when they tuned in to what they thought was going to be a real fight to watch Mike Tyson take $20 million to move around a ring with a guy.
So the other kid, what did the kid make? 60?
40-something. Who cares?
Holy Christ.
I mean, they made a ton of money. But they made a ton of money off the backs of suckers who thought this was going to be a real fight. And going even further, there are people who gambled on that fight.
Yeah.
So like a legit sports book.
Yes. Now, you could not gamble in New York State. There were 9 states that would not allow you to gamble because somebody smelled a fish.
Oh.
Now, and here's the other thing. The excuse.
Wait, your mom was there?
The excuse they used is it was not a standard rules boxing match, so they wouldn't let them do it here in New York State. Bigger gloves, shorter rounds, 2 minutes, all that stuff. But, I mean, it's pretty obvious. The states that know they're gambling did not let people bet because they knew it was fake. Here's your tell. And I'm going to say it now when this comes out. If Jake Paul made a whole bunch of money or someone close to his camp betting on himself, there's your proof. Even more damning, if Mike Tyson or someone in his camp bet a whole bunch of money for Tyson to lose that fight, there's your smoking gun. And you don't even need a smoking gun because, I mean, if you watched what happened or the clips afterwards, it was a joke.
But I guess I know nothing about boxing. I guess I don't really know what it's supposed to look like. Did it look real enough to people, though, that they couldn't tell the difference?
I mean, look,
because it just looked like two people punching each other. So I wouldn't know the difference personally.
But they were landing punches, right?
Yeah.
Well, I saw one they showed where Tyson got punched in the face.
Okay, Tyson could take a shot. I mean, that's what he does. No, Kimmy, no, to your point, if you've never watched a boxing match before, I wouldn't understand why
and
you
I wonder
thought...
how many new eyes were on it.
Okay, if new eyes watch that, if that was your first introduction to boxing, that was the worst thing to happen to boxing in 50 years, minus Don King.
Yeah.
Right? But I will say this.
What's that?
Right? And you ask, how do you know it's all staged? Right? So I've been doing this for a long time, and it's not even close to the same level, I understand. But if you've ever been in a boxing gym in your life, there are two things you never do.
That smell.
You never get in on your first day because somebody's going to hurt you. And you never, ever, ever goad the old man that's standing around the gym. Because no matter how old you get, no matter how slow your feet get, no matter how much strength you lose, every old fighter has got savvy.
Yeah.
That kid, what's his name? Jake Paul?
John Paul Jones.
John Paul Jones, that guy, he's not a good fighter. He
looked like he's in shape.
No, because there's a couple of times where Tyson, I saw in clips afterwards, moves forward, and he just turtles like a scared kid. There were definite openings for Tyson to put him down.
Didn't take it.
And he didn't do it. He didn't do it.
Gotten into boxing.
I have watched 20-year-old kids that are highly ranked amateurs get in with 50, 60, and 70-year-old guys in jeans and work boots, and those old guys work those kids.
Well, I'm surprised they didn't do a better job. If it was a throw and fight, they didn't do a better job of it because, I mean, there used to be, when the mob got involved with boxing.
Sure.
And they would throw fights. They looked like legit fights.
Sometimes.
No,
ask Jake LaMotta about that. He ended up in front of a congressional hearing.
But, I mean, you would think we got better with faking this.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing.
But if it was that obvious, it's pretty
did it
sad.
also not help that the fights prior to it were pretty entertaining?
You mean real fights?
That's what I mean.
So so they had
to go from
undercard?
that
Yeah.
to go from that last one jumping into this one, it was kind of a letdown. It was going to be a letdown.
Could
no
they have
matter
like
what.
women fight?
There was a women's belt fight that was ahead, or before that one that I hear was really good. There was another fight ahead of that was really good. And I'll tell you why they couldn't stage this fight the right way.
Right.
One, Tyson has never thrown a fight before. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little disappointed. I get it. It's $20 million, right? Fine. The other kid's not a fighter.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know how to throw a fight. He doesn't know how to fake win a fight, even though he's been fake winning fights since he's been getting in the ring. I don't know, man.
Didn't really matter.
No, look, the fight doesn't matter.
I mean, because boxing, where's it going? I mean, it's kind of fading away.
I will have a 30-minute argument
don't
with you,
do
so
this.
let's not do
don't
this.
you do this.
No, but there's other things to watch now.
I guess my biggest disappointment is this.
What's that?
Right? It amazes me sometimes how easily people can be taken in by obvious frauds. And everything about this, from the beginning to the end, was an obvious fraud.
But it had a lot of flash to it.
Fine, yes, that's what frauds have is flash.
So you could have a conversation.
But this had a
about
ton
it,
of flash.
Oh, ton of flash. I'm sorry.
Ton of flash.
You're not going to believe this, man. Tell you what, I got this business. You
They
should be
even
a part
came out
of it.
in a car.
Get out of here. I got
Usually
this,
they walk out. You
bro,
know that?
How would you like to make $1,000 a day?
Yeah.
I got this great business. All you got to do is work underneath me, right? You sell these berries that I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come from like this mountain that you've never heard of before, and they have all kinds of healing properties.
They'll sell themselves.
Bro, yeah, I know. How about they give away a Bentley for this?
I'm in.
The fight is not what disappoints me.
What disappoints?
The fact that so many people got taken in by this, and so many people got so mad at me when I brought this up last week that they were lighting me up all Thursday, all Friday, up until the fight started, when all of a sudden they completely disappeared.
Well, we put a lot of trust in Mike Tyson over the years of everything he's done for us.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on Reparoo.
Adio. Monday post-game juggernaut tipping point Reparoo.
All of those things here in the break room on CMF. By the way, we do have stuff to give you today.
Oh, what we could get?
You can log on to the contest page, WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin Evening.
Nice.
That's right. Coming to Kodak Center on December 3rd. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Good luck with that. Tomorrow's a Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we get back into it with Kimmy in the Hood.
Kimmy's got her Post in the Neighborhood app. She's going to read that out loud. You know how all this stuff works. Where they whine just after 9. Kimmy is already anxious because we're super late.
Very late.
Even though it was her negative question that got us here.
What if everybody died?
So we gotta get it. We gotta get out of the way. For Kimmy, who's one question.
I guess it threw off everybody.
After that amazing victory, was you think Tyler Bass gets fired? For Tommy Muley, who is not the Josh Allen of the break room, but may be the Tyler Bass.
Ooh.
Every once in a while, he somehow unknowingly
Nails
hits a
a
61-yarder. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.